it would be. So selfishly, I'm going to say my favorite speaker of the day is myself. And obviously, I find myself very entertaining and very interesting. So if you need me to fill the next 40 minutes, I am happy to do that for you. But no, no, the reality, I've been, I've been real active in the liberty movement for quite some time. Really, really connected since 1996. Really kind of roped me into, hey, wait a minute, the government is not the best judge of my life. The government is not the best steward of my decisions. And then I immediately went down this rabbit hole of how can I free myself from that at any turn. So today should be enlightening. As long as I've been with the Liberty Movement, I'm always learning new things from the new people I get to meet and talk with every day. And it's amazing. It's amazing what you can learn if you just shut up for a minute and listen, right? And that's a big part of this. I think too often in this little bucket we live in, the Liberty bucket, too many people feel like they know everything and they have all the right ideas and they just don't stop talking long enough to hear what other people are saying and give some critical thinking to it. Don't just go blind on, okay, I made up my mind. But let's open it up. Let's consider some other options. Look at some other things. And you guys, you're going to hear things today that maybe you don't disagree with. And that's okay. It's okay to disagree. I have a wonderful relationship. My wife and I have been married now. We've been together for 15 years. And there's two secrets to that happy marriage: separate bank accounts, number one, and number two, agree to fucking disagree. Pardon my F-bomb. We have to edit it for the CBS special. But you have to agree to disagree. You can't dig in your heels and be stubborn. So come in today with open eyes, eyes wide open, for lack of a better term, and be willing to accept new concepts and new ideas. So Dan, thanks for having me here. Thanks for inviting me. You guys noticed, Dan, Scott Zimmerman is my name. I've got Z-Track up there. I've been Z-Track since the early 2000s. That was my roller derby name. And maybe that will come up later in the day. So anyway, thanks, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for being a part of this. So I want to hear from Brandon, because he said something really interesting, and I want to know where, how do I launder my money? How do I keep it away from the IRS? I know that's absolutely not what you're doing. Everything you're doing is absolutely legal, of course. Wink.
It is. It's 100% legal. I'm very proud of the work that we do. We can have a private message conversation where no authorities are listening. But yes, it's all above board. Very proud of that work. I'll tell you, with regards to what Scott was just saying, I agree 100%. I just wrote an article for Being Libertarian on how to disagree with an expert. Well, the number one thing that you can do is understand the criticisms of your perspective. Understand why people who disagree with you, what their reasoning and what their rationale is. So I'm looking forward to hearing from people who disagree with me on some things. You'd think that I'd be interested in some of the monetary policy aspects of it, because I'm a finance guy, but I got to tell you, the speaker I'm most looking forward to is my guy, Mikey Wong. He's going to let us know what's happening in Hong Kong, what the political ramifications are. And the big reason for that has got to be the fact that I'm Canadian. And we just had a ban on semi-automatics. There's a grandfather clause, but essentially you can't legally purchase new semi-automatics right now. And Hong Kong has been devastated by that policy and those like it. So really, really interested to hearing from Mikey. He's been a journalist on the ground covering it freelance with his smartphone, just going live and covering some of the violence that's happening there. There's major, major impacts to that. So I'd say Mikey's the guy that I'm looking forward to hearing from.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that too. That's going to be an awesome talk tonight. There's there really is so much, and it is going to be difficult, I think, to choose sometimes who to listen to, because I think we have so many great speakers, but we did try to separate things in a way that, if you're really interested, for example, in the tax issues, those aren't going to be overlapping. So you'll be able to listen to all of those. But we really want to give everyone a good choice. And like I said, these will be available afterwards. Of course, you still want to watch the live stream. But these will be available afterwards. So if you missed anything, or if you want to go back and rewatch something, it will all be available to you. One thing I want to point out is there are limitations with Facebook and YouTube. So what we're going to do is actually at about halfway through the day today, this stream is going to end and restart because we just can't live stream for 12 hours straight. They won't let us. But when that restarts, just make sure you're on taxationistheftfest.com/live, or go up here to this link, titfest.org, and make sure you stay there. And that page will always be updated with the current live streams. So make sure you get to that page. And awesome. So let's see. Yeah, Scott. Why don't you fill in some of that time you were talking about?
Yeah. You made the mistake of opening it up. So
I know. Now I'm like, well, because we came into this, for anybody watching, like we didn't have a whole lot of time to prepare what to talk about for this first hour, because we were working on like all the tech issues and everything. Sure. I literally like just put my shirt on like 10 seconds before I sat down and the camera turned on. So we're running a pretty tight schedule here, but lucky for us, once we get into the speakers, we're going to have time to fix up a lot of these things in the back rooms of all this techie stuff. And of course, everybody's still waking up because we plan this to go 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., which Eastern time. If you're in California, that's 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So it's still only 7:30 out there. Everyone's still waking up. Yeah. So,
or not. It's freaking 7:30 in the morning in California. If I was in California, I would still be sleeping. Absolutely.
Yeah. There you go.
Why don't we go around the table, as it were, and everybody say a little bit of a blurb as to what brought us here? I'm kind of curious, Scott. 1996, what were some of the big issues that turned you into a libertarian?
Oh, wow. So 1996, the band I was in at the time, called The Lid, we were experiencing mediocre success in the Phoenix area. And we were hired to play a fundraising event for a libertarian governor candidate named Kat Gallant. And Kat chose to run for governor because the business that she ran was under constant government scrutiny. She ran a hair salon that also offered massages, while your stylist and masseuse was dressed in lingerie.
Oh my,
right? So she experienced, and in meeting those libertarians at that point, I just really the things they were saying about taxation being theft and the government being in my pocket and getting out of my bedroom and they shouldn't mind their own business. And she paid her licensing fee. She's all legit. She's got the hairstylist license. She's got the masseuse licenses going on. She rents out the space from a contractor perspective. Like, she was clean above board on everything. But yet the government still wouldn't leave her. And I wholeheartedly believe that. It's already hard enough to open a freaking business. Once you're open, you shouldn't be constantly looking over your shoulder. Now, there's certain industries that need to be held accountable to a standard. And I think from a community perspective, we've swayed away from holding people accountable from me to you, and more so relying on the state to hold people accountable. We've seen that dramatic shift over the last decades. So in 1996, Kat Gallant, she didn't win for governor, obviously, but man, she had a strong message, and it just wrote me in and got me actively involved. As far as just keeping to spreading the word. Dan, you said everybody's just beginning to wake up. I've got to say, I was born woke. You know what I mean? I was born woke. It was when I discovered the liberty movement. It was kind of like having my first cigarette, the first time I smoked a cigarette, which was like, oh man, this is what was missing from my life. This is what I've been missing. So now I've been successful non-smoker, non-tobacco smoker for 4 years now. I've been successful. I kicked that to the curb. Man, it was rough stuff. But yeah. So again, here we are. I served here in Nebraska as state chairman. I've been actively involved in the Nebraska State Libertarian Party since 2010, since I moved here to Nebraska and realized that there was an actual libertarian option here in Nebraska as far as being able to register to vote as a libertarian and to be able to get actively involved in the state party. So I immediately jumped on that opportunity to be actively involved. I've run a couple of different campaigns myself. I ran for school board. I've also run for as a lieutenant governor for the state of Nebraska as well. So those are two different campaigns. And then after that, I've stepped back and chose to realize I have a face for radio, for lack of a better term. I don't have a campaign face. I'm not going to go clean shaven. I'm not that guy. I hate suiting up more than anything. I'll do it if I have to, but I realize I'm better served kind of behind the scenes on these campaigns. I serve a little bit better as far as the logistics are concerned and managing people and pointing people in the right direction. You know, one of the things that they always say about these liberty-minded folks, the hardest thing about that working with them is they all are so independent. Don't tell me what to do. Stay out of my life. So I found over my years of experiences, you can't command, you can't dictate, you can't tell people what they need to do to make a difference. What you need to do is you need to either lead by demonstration, lead by example, and do the things, and hope that people jump on board with you and follow you in your actions. And from a leadership perspective, I found that it's always easiest just to open the door for people. Open a door. Here's something that could be done, and let people decide that this is something that they need to do. And it's been pretty effective. Yeah. Thanks, Brandon. Thanks for the question.
My pleasure.
Well, I'm gonna go next because I'm about to have to hop off and jump onto the other stream and get ready for hosting our first guest on that one. I started my path to libertarianism started in the early 2000s when I started high school debate, and I was a Lincoln Douglas debater. And in Texas, we had some topics that were on weapons of mass destruction and totalitarianism. And so because of those topics, I was able to read a whole lot on John Locke and a lot of the founding fathers' philosophies. And that kind of started my foundation on where I kind of started going on my own independent path with politics. Of course, you get distracted in college and then you're not going to have a whole lot from that. But whenever of course, I was reintroduced into libertarianism when Ron Paul, started running. And I was just I voted for him and just kind of went with that. But I was pregnant and becoming a mom. And so, life gets busy and you're not really active. Well, when my kids got a little bit older, I realized that if I'm seeing a whole lot of my rights being demolished for me right now, what was going to happen with my children? What's going to happen with my kids? And as a mama bear, it just became apparent, if you're a parent, you want to fight for your children, right? You want to make sure they're protected. You want to make sure that they're going to be successful and happy in what they pursue. And you want to lay that foundation for them. Well, they weren't going to have that foundation if the government keeps ripping it apart. So as a mom, it wasn't a point of me fighting for my own rights. It's a fight for my kids and the future that they're going to see. And so that kind of lit a fire under my ass. And so becoming a mom is what really became the beginning part of my journey into being an activist and being a lot more active in the Libertarian Party and with campaigns. I ran for city council of my small town. I'm not very well liked in my small town because I'm so vocal and out there. And of course, a lot of us can relate to that. But I am the interim treasurer for Libertarian Party of Texas, and I was honored to receive that nomination and then, of course, that election. I was just recently voted the number 3 delegate to Texas to national, so I'm excited for participating on that. I work for Dan. I've worked with lots of campaigns. Kerry Douglas McKinnon, I worked for his campaign for lieutenant governor. I've really enjoyed working on campaigns. My favorite thing to do is event planning and coordinating. So I'm an extrovert. So this coronavirus thing is killing me. It's killing my mood. And I love the fact that we are doing this festival because it kind of gives me a little boost. Even though Texas is opening up and I've been kind of out and about, just kind of still being cautious because I have children and they play with other kids on the street. And one of those children has a immunocompromised disorder. So we try to stay at least cautious so our kids can have a fulfilling time while, the world's burning around us. So that's kind of where things started for me. Of course, meeting a lot of interesting people has been probably my favorite thing through this journey. I've kind of found my own voice and have been a little bit flamboyant at times with how I dress, how I act, how I speak. And of course, I'm wearing the Taxation is Theft swimsuit that is on taxationistheft.cards. And I've done a swimsuit shoot for that. And of course, I have my Liberty Couture. So I'm going to stand up and show you all my skirt because everybody loves my skirt. So I've got my skirt here. It's pleated A-line. And yes, ladies, it has pockets.
That's adorable.
And it's got its little built-in petticoat, so it's all cute and all. But I'm going to hopefully have a dress ready for tomorrow. Visit Etsy.com/shop/Liberty Couture, and I do custom Liberty clothing with Liberty prints, anarchy. I'm going to get a voluntarist print. I've got the Gadsden flag, come and take it. So a lot of those classic prints. And I'm going to be expanding on the shop soon. So that's really fun. And I've had a lot of people interested in that. And of course, if you've seen the Taxation is Theft masks going around, that's also me. And you can, again, I think we're going to try to set those up on Taxation is, yes, Dan's got one. I sent him one to make sure he had one. But yes, again, Etsy, Liberty Couture, you can get your mask there. And Dan, I think, was going to set up a link for his Taxation is Theft cards as well. And of course, I've got my daughter's Taxation is Theft bracelet on, and super cute. And I've got my pineapple earrings. And then I've got my pineapple pizza charms that were gifted to me. So I'm so ready and pumped for this event.
Awesome. So, if I look distracted in the background, we're getting ready. Some of our next speakers are kind of in our green room. So that's really awesome. So I want to give an actual shout out, actually. So Raptor he runs the Drunken Disorderly show, and he helps produce on a lot of other podcasts. That's why up here you will see the Drunken Disorderly logo. He's helping us to produce this. And if you're on stream B, I think this logo might be partially covered up by the 3L logo, which is another production company. John McCaskey is running that, and of course you can't see him because he's not in this channel. He's in the other channel, keeping things running. They have done an amazing job. They've actually produced a lot of the best libertarian presidential debates. So they've done a really good job with that. They've really put those things together and made them amazing. So I just want to give those guys a shout out. We have, as the day goes on, that live page is probably going to be updated with all kinds of other things. You'll see a bunch of partners at the bottom. Those are people that are helping us share the streams, and people who are really interested in this. Another thing we've done is we've offered for some people to put in free videos. We're actually giving out free advertising in our stream. And this is basically to people who share the same kind of mindset, who have liberty-oriented ideas that they want to get out there. And so we're presenting these to you. Of course, we didn't have another 100 slots where we could give them an hour speaking, but we did give them little 1-minute segments where they can plug their podcasts and everything else. So check them out anytime you see one of these, and you're going to see some fun stuff in there too. Definitely go check out anybody who's associated with this. Check out Drunk and Disorderly. Check out 3L Productions. Yeah, there's really going to be there's a lot of people involved in this. So check everybody out. And of course, again, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you follow the Facebook page. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. And of course, again, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you follow the Facebook page. Subscribe to the
I'm on meth.
Meth is not someone else's problem. It's everyone in South Dakota's problem. And we need everyone to get on it.
I'm on it.
I'm on it.
I'm on it too.
People in our hood is getting murdered regularly by corrupt portions of law enforcement.
The history of gun control is a history of racism.
I'm not in the business of trying to convince somebody that my life matters. My black gun will make you very well aware that my life matters. This right here is why you're getting your head blown off.
Rapper and civil rights campaigner Maj Toure has made it his mission to bring firearm knowledge to America's inner cities. He believes that years of prejudice have convinced urban black communities to associate gun ownership with crime rather than a legal and rightful way to defend yourself.
The problem is the lack of information and education about firearms and safety. My viewpoint is people should be more educated about firearms. That doesn't necessarily mean that they have to purchase one. A strong component of our organization is conflict resolution and de-escalation tactics. I think a lot of times what's left out in that of the firearm conversation is that it doesn't have to go straight to a firearm. There's a way to de-escalate situations. In urban communities, there's a deliberate attempt to keep that information away from those highly populated areas because it's not about gun control, it's about people control. And that's the problem.
He argues that more legal gun ownership and knowledge about firearms will make communities safer and has called his campaign Black Guns Matter.
Tax day, tax day. Taxes got you down. Wish the government would just get off your back. Dead taxation is that vermin and slashing taxes. Income tax, gone. Property taxes, get off my lawn. Car taxes, struck off. Tax on liquor, I don't even know her. Pass that gas tax and get a full tank for half the price. He's eliminating taxes. Estate tax, payroll tax, gift tax, death tax, sales tax, inheritance tax, cable tax, park fees, business permits, fishing license fees, capital gains tax, water tax, vape tax, cigarette tax, restaurant tax, hotel tax.
Hi, I'm Dan, taxationist at Berman. I hate taxes so much, I changed my middle name.
IRS nagging you? Tell them to get your damn hands off my paycheck. Don't tax me, bro. Millionaires don't pay taxes. Why should you? The president doesn't pay taxes. Why should you? Dead taxation is the permit is going to make your IRS problems go away.
But who will build the road?
Don't be naive! There were roads, schools, libraries, doctors, and courts before they were taxed! Social contract? I didn't sign shit! If Congress wants to spend $1 trillion researching the sexual habits of quail on cocaine, or a genitalia washing program for uncircumcised men in Africa, tell them to get a job like everyone else! Is your representative slacking? Throw that parasite in the trash! Yes, we can have a civilized society without taxes, and the first step is to get rid of uncivilized taxes. If you want to double your paycheck and cut your cost of living in half, get your ass out to the polls and vote for dead taxation is that burden. Act now before they take it all.
What the states keep out of history textbooks are the things that call into question the existence of the states themselves.
Basically, the political classes obviously don't have a vested interest in relinquishing power, so they're against us. The intellectuals want to get hired by the government to provide their alleged services, so they're not going to. So it is really difficult. We have a lot of obstacles.
So it's ironic that people hold up the threat of warlords when, under conventional definitions, arguably right now we're all subjects of warlords. But there are people who systematically steal our income and would draft us and put us into wars or engage in wars around the world.
The IRS, when they send out your tax return, they could have a question on it that says, do you agree to the federal government of the United States? And then if you say no, then you could get a full refund of your taxes. I wonder why they're not doing that.
Everybody's a minarchist. You know, who's not an anarchist? Joseph Stalin was a minarchist. Bernie Sanders is a minarchist. If you're just going to say, well, I think the state should do X, Y, Z, well, why not X, Y, Z and ABC? And while we're at it, EFG and a whole bunch of other things. You know, anarchists get accused of being utopian, but there is nothing more utopian than a minarchist. The idea that a state will stay restrained because it just decides it doesn't want more power. We're going to create a monopoly on the initiation of violence, and they'll probably decide we'll only stay, you know, a certain reasonable size. Well, I mean, how much empirical evidence do you need to disprove the idea that that's even possible?
I'm Dean McRae from the Liberal Democrats. I've lived most of my life in regional New South Wales. I'm a chef and an entrepreneur. One of the things that winds me right up is government. Overtaxation and regulation is strangling this country, and I've had enough of it. The only party that stood up for all of Australia is the Liberal Democrats. Our policies to reduce taxation, government spending and decrease government power in general to give it back to the people sets us apart from all other political parties. That's why today I'm announcing my candidacy in the Eden Monaro by-election.
Hello, y'all. Welcome to Taxation is the Fest. I have the great privilege to introduce our first speaker, Michael Chaney. His presentation is The Banned Truth About Corona the Government Doesn't Want You to Know. Michael Chaney is a libertarian, entrepreneur, and podcaster. During the 20 years he's been running his own business, the government has stolen millions of dollars from him in taxation. So everybody, here is Michael Chaney. Welcome, Michael. Let's see. Do we need a few minutes for Michael?
I'm here, but I don't know. Hey.
There
how you
we
doing?
are. Hi, Michael.
How's things?
Good. How are you?
I am good, thank you. Thanks for the introduction. It seems like you're having a few technical issues there with the sound and so on, so I'm glad we got that sorted out.
Yes, it's working itself out.
Cool. I'm also glad and privileged to be opening this event up. So I shall just dive right into it. Feel free to chip in at any time. I don't know if you want to interrupt or you want to ask me questions. Obviously, I don't have like a 60-minute monologue or whatever, but it'd be great to get your input on this as well.
Absolutely.
Cool. So yeah, what I really wanted to talk about today, obviously the whole weekend I know is all about taxation. As you said there in introduction, I've been unfortunate, I guess, in some respects with what I've experienced with the government. I've been fortunate in one regard that I've been an entrepreneur for the past 20 years. I've generated a lot of income with my business, but a large portion of that has been taken from me by the government, which really first sort of turned me on to the idea of taxation being theft and sort of libertarian ideals. I was then taken under the wing, I guess, by Tom Woods, who I know many of you will be familiar with. Tom and I did a number of joint projects together in our business, and he kind of taught me quite a bit about the libertarian scene as well. And then latterly, just last year, actually, it was my dad sadly passed away. And this was like the last straw for me, because my dad had worked really hard all his life for about 40 years as a teacher. And he had saved a lot of money during that time. And the government decided to take about $160,000 from him in taxes from his estate. So this was after he'd passed away. So this was money that he'd already been taxed on. He was taxed at source when he worked, and he was taxed when he took dividends out from the investments that he'd made. But they also took $150,000 from him after he'd actually passed away. Now, for me, it didn't really matter to me financially, but from a principle point of view, that this man had worked so hard all his life, done the right thing and saved and invest like they tell us we're supposed to do, and then had $150,000 taken by the government, which is definitely the last thing that he would have wanted, really just tipped me over the edge. So from that point forward, I became more vocal in my endeavors. And yeah, that's led me to currently really focusing on the coronavirus so-called crisis, because it's something that obviously is affecting all of us financially, and will continue to do so probably for the rest of our lives. Not just because of the lack of jobs and the loss of jobs, which we'll probably talk about, and the knock-on effects of the lockdown, but also the fact that we're going to end up paying for all this, right? Because there isn't a government dollar that doesn't come from you and I, and they're already talking about how all of the bailouts are going to be paid for, and how they're going to start increasing taxes to do all this. So they're really hitting us from multiple sides right now. And whilst on the face of it, you might think, well, this is not a taxation-related issue. It couldn't be more of a taxation-related issue, because in the months and years ahead, we're all going to be paying more taxes, unless obviously Dan Behrman gets into power. And that is going to be as a direct result of the coronavirus, as I say, so-called crisis that they're kind of ramming down our throats at the moment. So I really wanted to talk about that, the research that I've done, and all the scientific research that's coming out about the actual figures and so on. That's really what I wanted to get into in detail. But that's a little bit of background about why I'm covering this, and why I got into this in the first place. So the first thing I want to go over is really starting right at the beginning, is the measurement of COVID deaths. Because all of this, the entire lockdown, if we remember, and it seems like many years ago now, but really it was just a few months, all stemmed from the Imperial College London report. There was an Imperial College London model. It was created primarily by Professor Neil Ferguson. This is a guy who's worked closely with government. He also helped put together the H1N1 avian flu modeling, which predicted millions of deaths, and obviously was way out. The first time this model came out, they said it's going to result in 500,000 deaths in the UK, we went into social distancing and lockdown as a result of that recommendation. And 24 hours after social distancing had been put in place, so there's no way that the social distancing could have had any effect within 24 hours, they amended that estimation from 500,000 dead in the UK to 20,000. And yet the measures that are still in place are still were still reflective of the figures that they initially put forward. Neil Ferguson was then brought in front of the Parliament in UK, and when they questioned him, he said by his own admission that 2/3 of the people that are being cited every day in the UK as dying with COVID, 2/3 of those, according to the lead scientist in the UK, 2/3 would have died anyway. Now, obviously, we're all going to die anyway, but he means would have died anyway, at the same time frame, right? So that means, and again, none of this is conspiracy theory. This isn't me dreaming up some theory. This is everything that I will say today is either from government advice or from scientific advice that scientists or doctors have said. None of it is my opinion or ideas. So he's the chief scientific advisor for the UK. He was. I'll come on to that in a second. And he said 2/3 of the deaths that you're seeing every day in the UK reported on the media. So they say, 500 people have died. Well, actually, no. 600 of those, if it's that figure, would have died anyway. The other thing to say is all the deaths all over the world, and this is something very subtle that they're doing, they are saying people have died with COVID-19. There's a huge difference between dying with COVID-19 and dying from COVID-19. You can die with skin. Most people die with skin unless you're in quite a critical lawnmower incident. It doesn't mean you've died because of skin, but that's what they're doing. The official status on this is if you are in a hospice, and again, this was a health official in the US in a press conference, basically saying, if you're in a hospice and you have 2 weeks to live and you die at that 2-week period, and you happen to have tested positive for COVID-19, you will be marked down as a COVID death. And they're doing this all over the place. There was a case I saw just this week. Somebody had fallen down at their home. They'd banged their head, and they were marked as a COVID death because they tested positive for COVID-19. Now, let's come back to this Professor Neil Ferguson, because this is a guy that the UK government was taking all their advice from, and he was driving a lot of their policy indirectly. And he was known informally in the UK as Professor Lockdown because he came up with these figures, and the lockdown came about as a result of it. Well, he was caught out because he lives in London and he was having an affair, and his mistress had traveled across London twice during the lockdown period to have, let's just say, liaisons with him. This was featured in a newspaper. He admitted it, and he's now resigned from his post. So the guy who thinks this is so dangerous that we should all not leave our homes has basically been flouting the lockdown. There's numerous cases of people doing this. There's many mayors in the US, people going out for family dinners, meeting friends. There was a mayor in the US caught at a nail salon, even though she banned nail salons. There was a mayor in Spain who was caught driving and going out and about and having a drink because he said he was so stressed with the lockdown, like he's the only one that's affected by this. The health secretary here in Scotland, she had to resign because she traveled to a second family home across the country and told other people to stay at home and not visit family. There was another MP down in England on Mother's Day. He famously went on TV and said, "Don't visit your mother. It's very important that we all stay at home, do a Skype call." He went to visit his parents on their doorstep. So it's a dual thing with this, that they're doing one thing, or they're saying that we should do one thing, that we should do as they say and not as they do, and that alone is bad enough. But on top of that, they're obviously not that worried about this, which makes you wonder, why is that? You know, if they're saying this is so bad and we all need to stay at home and don't go outside and be social distance and everything else, why are they going about and visiting family? And, you know, so it does make you think. So that's really the first main issue, is this whole question mark over how the deaths have been reported. The data, quite bluntly, is either inaccurate or incomplete at the moment. They don't know, and they cannot tell us how many people have died because of COVID-19. I want to move on to Italy because particularly in the early days, Italy was kind of listed as a kind of like a poster child, if you like, for the fearmongers. We don't want to be the next Italy. Everybody would say, oh, we don't want to be the next Italy. Look how bad it was over there. And again, I've got to emphasize here, I'm not saying this is not a virus. Of course, it is a virus. Yes, it can be dangerous. It has killed lots of people. We know that. But it's not as bad as they're saying it is. And the measures that they've put in place are not commensurate with the lethality and the mortality of this virus. They're just not. Now, they were using Italy as a case initially to try and prove this, but the numbers were wrong. According to the Italian Institute of Health, so this is the official government Institute of Health in Italy. Again, this is not me making this up. This is not some, tinfoil hat lunatic. This is their own health board. According to them, only 12% of their reported COVID-19 deaths actually listed COVID-19 as the cause of death. 99% of them had at least one serious comorbidity, and 80% of them had two such diseases. So that puts a whole new light on this, how bad it was in Italy. And yeah, a lot of people died, obviously, and it's tragic. Every death is tragic. I'm not undermining that or belittling that. What I'm trying to get to the bottom of is how bad is COVID-19 and what are they doing to try and exaggerate that so that they can implement various things. So if you look at the deaths in Italy and you say, well, actually, let's wipe out 88% of those because that COVID-19 wasn't the death, suddenly it paints a whole new picture of what we were actually dealing with. Then if you say that 99%, as they were saying here, had at least one underlying condition and sometimes more than one, again, it shows you that this is not as bad as they are making out. So in the media, you'll see many stories, and it's kind of become one of my favorite hobbies now, somewhat sadistically, to spot mainstream media news stories when they're talking about COVID-19 deaths. There's been a number in the UK. The headline will always say died from COVID-19 or latest, coronavirus victim. And you will always need to read about 2 or 3 paragraphs down to get to the part where it says such and such had an underlying cause. Such and such had been seriously ill for months. Such and such was actually admitted to hospital because of a kidney infection. But the main headline is latest coronavirus victim. And then you read on, you get to the details, and actually they were in hospital for something else. They tested positive for COVID-19. And then it goes down as a COVID-19 death and COVID-19 story. The other thing to mention is they're not even testing all the deaths. They're not even testing all the people that they say are dying from COVID-19. There's a huge number that are being put down as COVID-19 deaths on a death certificate, and they've not even had a test. And they won't ever be tested. It's basically guesswork on the part of the doctor, and they've been put under pressure. They received a letter. Many of the doctors in the US received a letter from the CDC recommending that if they see anything that looks like it could be COVID, to put it down as a COVID-19 death, even if they're not able to do a test. Now, of course, COVID-19 symptoms are somewhat wide-ranging. A temperature, a cough, a headache, there's new things. So people that have been admitted with pneumonia-type conditions or influenza-type conditions, it would be fairly easy for doctors to put that down as a COVID-19 death. And I don't blame them for doing that because they're under pressure and they've got a job to do. But the CDC has handed down this directive to do that, and it's skewing the figures. We've got to really look back to the AIDS virus and the HIV epidemic to see, well, is this reporting usual? Is this normal? Is this normally what goes on in this kind of crisis? And it's actually not. In the HIV epidemic, deaths were listed, and they had the data very, very exact when the person had first been infected and the date of death. That is not being given to us at the moment for some unknown reason. We're just told every day this is how many deaths there are. We don't know when they died. We don't know when they contracted the virus. So what this leads to is a misunderstanding and a misrepresentation in the media and for the general population of what is actually going on. For example, there was a day in the UK when they said 700 people have died today. You know, the day's figure today is 700 deaths from COVID-19. Well, it turns out they'd actually taken the deaths from a 4-week period prior, badged them all in. There was some sort of lag with reporting, and they'd bundled them all in to that day. And this was only discovered after the event. So these are the kind of things that are important if you're going to be making decisions about people's livelihoods and, you know, locking people down and affecting kids. I literally was 10 minutes ago, was on a walk with my kids. We are allowed outside now twice a day in Scotland. And we were out. I was on my bike. My kids were on like little scooters. My kids are 6 and 8. We cycled past their friend's house. My little boy is 6 years old, and he started crying because he's not seen his friend for several weeks. Now, that's a minor thing. It's not going to affect him for life, you would hope. But it shows you the impact this is having. I saw just this week in France, they've started putting some kids back to school, but they're still isolating them in school. So they've got to walk along a line on the floor to their desk. At playtime, they have a chalk square on the floor, and they have to sit in that square at playtime. They cannot play with each other in the schoolyard. Now, if anyone wants to tell me that this lockdown is not going to have a long-term effect, or that the lockdown is merited based on the information that we've received, it's just not true. So that's really the stage that we're at. Again, coming back to Italy, I'll go off track a little bit. As you can see, I do get animated about this stuff, because I've spent a lot of time looking into this. It's really been my full-time job almost since this first broke at the end of January. I was like, no, this doesn't feel right. I want to find out what's going on. And some people are trying to do the same. Some people are just going with the headlines that they see. And some people are believing that, you know, the mouthpieces that they see on the media and believe in government. I'm saying, well, no, let me delve deeper. Let me delve deeper. And that's what I'm sharing with you today. So, again, going back to Italy, as we said, the figures are way skewed. The other thing about Italy, which they didn't make a big deal of, big surprise, is that it's got the second oldest population in the entire world, second only to Japan. They also have very bad air quality, particularly in northern Italy. You can look this up on Google. It's very easy to find. So they've had serious respiratory issues in the north of Italy for a long time. So they've got a combination of high number of elderly individuals. I mean, on average, they're 10 years older than most of the rest of Europe on average. So, of course, you know, there's going to be more deaths in that age group. As we've said, you know, by their own admission, only 12% of the deaths that they recorded were actually listing COVID-19 as a cause. So that was Italy. I want to move on to talk about Bill Gates, Anthony Fauci, and the World Health Organization. Now, this is at risk of us getting censored. It seems whenever I mention these three things in combination, I've had 2 YouTube videos deleted this week, and I've had a podcast deleted from Spotify, both related to this particular issue. And again, this is all information that's readily available on the World Health Organization website and places like Wikipedia. It's not, you know, it's not tinfoil hat stuff. I'm not blaming 5G for coronavirus here. You know, this is just data that I'm sharing. So the first thing I want to share is a video that I put out yesterday on Facebook, which I found absolutely remarkable. I don't know if you've seen this. Tony Fauci was in a press conference, and he basically said, what's going to happen is if enough people get infected, they will develop a background immunity. Okay. He said, what I hope doesn't happen is that so many people get infected that we get herd immunity. Now, he's caught on camera saying this. Anthony Fauci, one of the lead scientific advisors, saying, I hope not so many people get infected that we get herd immunity. Now, let's just think about that for a second. Herd immunity is what we need to escape this virus. It's the only thing that will get us out of this situation that we're in. According to Professor Witkowski, this is a guy, again, he's one of the people who's been censored on YouTube. He's been an epidemiologist for 30 years. He said herd immunity is the only thing that's going to get us out of this. If enough people get infected that are not vulnerable, not old people and immunocompromised, but other people, if enough people get infected, that is a good thing. It will build up herd immunity. And Professor Witkowski said this is what happened in China. They didn't lock down early because they didn't know what was going on. They didn't know what this virus was. A large group of the population built up herd immunity, and that's why they were able to squash this early in China. Now, that's his opinion. He's got 30 years experience as an epidemiologist. Now, I do know, of course, there are alternative theories to that. Maybe it was because China was so authoritarian with their lockdown. Maybe they're lying about the figures. That's theory. Professor Witkowski has over 30 years experience as an epidemiologist, and he believes it's because they built herd immunity, because they didn't lock down quickly. Everyone else locked down super quickly because they were reacting to this, sort of trying to react before it had kind of kicked into place. So going back to the Anthony Fauci quote, which I put over on, I'm going to give my website a quick plug here, plandemic.tv. I've got the video, all the banned videos I've got on there. I've taken them from YouTube before they got banned. Anthony Fauci in this press conference said, I hope that not too many people get infected so that we don't want to get herd immunity, basically is what he's saying. And I thought, I literally have watched it. It's a 30-second clip, and I've watched it about 10 times. I still cannot believe that he said this. He didn't correct himself. It wasn't taken out of context. Why would he not want us to get herd immunity? I can understand him saying we don't want to get infected. But as we know, 99% of people that get infected by this thing have no symptoms and recover completely. You know, the death rate of this thing is minuscule. So why would he not want herd immunity? Again, I'm not going to, you know, I'm putting the dots there. You can join them or you can kick them to the curb. It's up to you. So we'll talk about the World Health Organization next. So I wanted to do some digging on the World Health Organization. So what I did is I went to their website and I found a financial report for the people that donate to the World Health Organization. The World Health Organization is not independent. It's not impartial. It's funded by governments and it's funded by businesses and individuals. That's where it gets its money. Every year, up until 2017, they released a financial report every year of who was giving money to them and how much money was being donated. That stopped for some reason. The report stopped in 2017. Again, it's just another dot there that I'll leave hanging. But the report in 2017 did have a number of line items that were of interest to me. What I basically did in this report, and you can go find it. You'll find it on the WHO website. Is I just wanted to look at the high value items, the ones that were the most amount of money. Okay, I'm worried about looking at all the minute little things. Now, bearing in mind, they get over $2 billion a year donated to them from government and organizations. So the biggest donor from an organizational point of view is the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. This is for the year 2017. All these figures were for 2017 because that's the latest figure, latest year that we have. He donated $324 million that year to the World Health Organization. The next one that caught my eye was the Gavi Alliance, Gavi. This is the Vaccine Alliance. They donated $133 million. I thought I'd do a little bit of research on them. They were founded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I then moved on. There was an organization called the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis, and Malaria. They gave $16 million. And I thought I'd have a little bit of a look and see what that was. And they were founded by 4 individuals, including Bill and Melinda Gates. I then found the CDC Foundation are also in here. So obviously that's connected to CDC in USA. They donated $3 million. World Bank are in there, $145 million. Obviously, Bill Gates has partnered with them on numerous initiatives for vaccinations and so on in Africa. There was a company called Population Services International, PSI, which caught my eye just because of the name alone. Went on their website and found one of their key development partners was Bill Gates. I also found Rotary. They gave $62 million. And who partners with Rotary? Bill Gates, of course. Who else? I found UnitAid. They donated $29.9 million. Who paid them $50 million in 2017? Bill Gates. There's also a company, Vital Strategies. They donated $10.6 million to the World Health Organization. Who contributed $225 million to Vital Strategies Organization for one of their initiatives? Bill Gates, of course. Who else? And it goes on. I won't list them all, but it goes on. You can basically read this report. They're all pretty much almost all of them are pharmaceutical companies that are paying money to the World Health Organization. And many of them have received millions of dollars from Bill Gates, or he founded them, or he's had some vested interest, or he's on a joint panel with them. Okay, not all of them, but most of them. As you said, I could keep going, but it gets to the point where we get the point. Okay, Bill Gates has got his finger in that pie. So, what's the point of all this? Well, does it seem fair that an organization that is getting its money from vaccine makers should be the same organization that gets to declare what is a pandemic and what is not pandemic? It doesn't seem right to me. It doesn't seem impartial. It doesn't seem proper that there should be an organization like this that has such a vested interest in supporting its donors also has a responsibility for declaring what is a pandemic or not. They were picked up on this during the swine flu outbreak by a number of UK activists and politicians trying to push the issue that, look, the only people that benefited from this swine flu outbreak were the vaccine manufacturers. The World Health Organization declared a pandemic based on inaccurate data. There was no pandemic. Not many people died, but all these vaccines were created. All this money was made. What's going on? We don't agree. And they put this thing together, and obviously it got squashed. Because if you're going up, against the World Health Organization, Bill Gates, all the governments of the world, the Rockefeller Institute, how are you going to come? You're not going to come out of that unscathed. But it's not the first time that this kind of thing has been thought about. So I just want to leave that there. Again, I'm not going to join the dots. It's just something to think about. It seems fishy at best. It seems suspect at absolute best. Some of the other donors, by the way, include Imperial College London. Bill Gates has also given millions of dollars to Imperial College London. These are the guys that created the report that then led to it being a lockdown. Bill Gates has also paid over $10 million to Professor, I think it's Christopher Whitty, who was also one of the chief medical advisors in the UK to do with coronavirus. He's paid him over $10 million in the past for one of his initiatives. So Gates is in bed, if you like, with a lot of the key players here, with Imperial College London, the vaccine manufacturers, and the scientists that are developing these models to declare that this is a pandemic. And again, whether or not there's anything shady going on there, we'll never know. But even if there isn't, it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't, it's just ethics 101. There's too many interested parties making decisions in a biased way, or potentially to have a biased impact on that. I want to move on. I've got 6 points, and I'm bang on target. I'm going to give myself a pat on the back here. So I'm moving on to point 4, which is the ineffectiveness of the lockdown. Because we might say, what people are going to try and say, the government's going to try and say now is, well, look, we've flattened the curve now. It's all gone down and everything's worked. Look at this lockdown. It was an absolute rip-roaring success. Well, firstly, we're past the flattening of the curve. The curves at the moment are really, really right on the way down. the CDC, let me see if I can, I'm going to see if I can show you something from here on a second on my screen, 1 second. On the 17th of April, the CDC basically gave some data at a presidential briefing here. Let me just see if I can show this 1 second. You should be able to see that. You don't need to see the actual detail of this graph, but I just want it just so you can see the red lines here, the peaks here, okay? This is the important thing here. So this is CDC data. Again, this is not my data. This is not something that somebody else has dreamt up. This is CDC data. And there are 3 peaks that you can see here. This red line is hospital admissions. Now, I didn't realize this, by the way. I didn't do the research to work out what's going on here. This was done by Professor Witkowski. Remember, he's the epidemiologist with 30 years experience. He's not been paid by the government or Big Pharma. He's been censored on YouTube. And he basically says this is from a system that measures hospital intakes in the US for flu-like symptoms, coughs, temperatures, respiratory issues. So you can see the first one was the first peak. This was in about December 2019. Okay, it's got nothing to do with COVID. You could maybe even read it here, influenza. Okay, this is the first peak. Interesting to note that that peak for influenza is higher than the peak for COVID that was over here. But anyway, we'll come on to that in a second. Influenza, December 19. We've then got a second peak of, this is hospital admissions. It's not deaths. It's how many people have been admitted to hospital with these type of symptoms. We've then got a second peak in January, February 2019. This again is for influenza. And we've got a slightly lower peak for COVID-19 on March 18th. Now, Professor Witkowski pulled this graph up and said he didn't even mention the fact that the COVID-19 is less than the influenza, which to me is interesting. Oh, okay, admittedly, there are 2 peaks for influenza. But if you're to believe the media and everything you see on the news every day, if you watch it, I don't. But if you do, you'd expect COVID to be like right up here in Mars, you know, based on what they're telling us. But anyway, that's really not the point. The point is the date of this peak, okay? Because it is an actual peak. That was the peak of admissions for coronavirus in the US, hospital admissions in the US, okay? That date, March the 18th. Okay, from that period onwards, the number of people going into hospital with COVID-19 symptoms went down, okay, went down. So that was the peak of the virus. There's no other way of saying it. If you've got the most people going into hospital at a certain time, the peak of the virus was probably even before then. Because you're not going to go in the moment that you catch it. Oh, I've caught the virus. I can tell. I've got the virus. You know, I've got the virus. I've got to get to hospital. No, it's going to take you a few days. You know, you're going to suffer for a little bit. You think, oh, it's just the flu or whatever, or it's just a cold. Oh, no, it seems a bit worse. Okay, I'll go to hospital. So the peak was at the very, very latest was the March the 18th. And yet the lockdown in the US didn't occur until after this. So you're basically saying that he feels the lockdown was like the horse had bolted. You know, it was like trying to shut the gate after the horse had already bolted. So again, is this lockdown effective? Well, the point is the peak had been passed, right? When most of the lockdowns have been put in place around the world, the virus was already on the way out. The virus is already on the way out. You know, it's a flu-like virus. The coronavirus is a series of viruses. We're now calling it coronavirus, but it's COVID-19. A coronavirus can be, you know, the flu or a common cold or any of these different things. And like all of them, they come for a few weeks. People develop herd immunity, and then it goes, right? It goes away and it's done. And that's what's happened in this case. You can see the peak there. So does the lockdown work, or has the lockdown been effective? It really hasn't. And again, that's not my opinion. Well, it is my opinion, but it's not just my opinion. It's the data from Professor Witkowski, over 30 years epidemiologist, and others, many others that I've found, stating that the herd immunity is really, the only saving grace that we've got here is getting people out, adopting like the model in Sweden, where you keep the vulnerable safe, right? So you protect the elderly and the immunocompromised, But you get everybody else going about, the people that are fit and healthy, the kids that aren't affected by this. I mean, very, very few children have died from this. I mean, obviously, it's tragic that they have, but it's minuscule amount. So why are we shutting schools down? We should be getting kids going to school, picking this virus up, surviving, right? Bringing it home, obviously protecting those that are vulnerable, but building up that herd immunity so that we can go about our business and, keep the economy rolling and everything else. Because we've got to pause and talk briefly now about the knock-on effect of this lockdown. There was a piece that came out from UNICEF. This is I think it's like a global children's charity sort of health organization, I believe, just this week. And they predict 2 million children will die as a result of the lockdown measures around the world. The fact that everything's been put in this lockdown, the shrinking of the economy, that's what they're predicting. 2 million kids will die. That's what they're saying. Now, if we look at just the economic downturn alone, last time there was anything like this was in the economic collapse of 2008. And figures show that over 200,000 people died from cancer. I know this sounds weird. I'll explain it in a second. 200,000 people died from cancer in 2008 as a result of the economic collapse. Now, that sounds like some wacky shit. Like, what? Basically, the study was done, and because people couldn't get access to healthcare because they were out of work or they didn't have income or they lost all their savings because of the economic downturn, there were 200,000 avoidable cancer deaths during that financial downturn. Now, again, that's not theory, that's a fact. Somebody's actually done the numbers and looked at that. Now, if you've seen a graph, and you've seen any of these graphs about the recession and what's going to happen with this lockdown, obviously we're now, I don't know, tens of millions of people unemployed in the US and obviously worldwide as well. The downturn as a result of this is going to be astronomical. So who knows what that number is going to be? But it's going to be dramatically, sadly, higher, right, than what was there before. So this is what we talk about in sort of libertarian point of view is, the unseen impact, right? We have the seen where people say, oh, well, look at the lockdown and, this is how many people we've prevented from dying. They came up with this whole thing back in the day of saying, if it only saves one life, surely it's worth crippling the entire global economy and locking us all down and, giving our children emotional problems for the rest of our lives if we can save the life of one person. But it's just not. It's not the case, right? These are huge ramifications that we're going to be paying for generations. The economic downturn, the people that are unemployed, the number of deaths that we're going to see from nutrition, from lack of nutrition, from poverty, from depression, obviously suicides, domestic abuse. It just goes on and on. It goes on and on. And these, the do-gooder sort of Karen brigade that are peering out their window and say, oh, hey, you've already been for one walk today. Get back in your house. It's like, do you not realize what's going on? It's like the masks thing. This is something else that's really bugging me at the moment, is this idea of wearing masks. There was a study done, and it was called a meta study. Before I started getting into this, I had no idea what a meta study was. A meta study is a study of studies. And this meta study, looked at 17 previous studies that had been done about the efficacy of masks. And in a nutshell, and you can go and find this, just go and find it, scientific research or how effective are masks. Don't look at anything current, for God's sake. You'll come up with anything on NBC and CNN and Fox News and all that bullshit. Find the actual scientific research, and you'll find 17 detailed studies that were done that say there is they're not effective. They cannot stop a virus. Now, they've not been tested on COVID-19. All of these studies were done, because obviously coronavirus didn't exist back then. All the studies were done on influenza, which for the purposes of this is the closest thing that we've got. Now, they're telling us, again, if we're to trust the media, coronavirus is like, influenza with guns and knives. Then if it can't stop influenza, how is it going to stop coronavirus, right? And it can't stop influenza. A cloth mask cannot stop it. It's like trying to stop a mosquito with a wire fence. It doesn't work. Even the N95 masks are not going to work. Okay. Now they do offer some protection, obviously for the medical staff that are on the front line. They're getting, like being blunt, bodily fluids thrown at them through their job. Fair enough. But for, you and I walking down the street, people driving in their car with a mask on, it's not going to do shit. I mean, even Anthony Fauci himself has gone on record as saying there's no point wearing masks. People, we see them over in, the Far Eastern countries. He was saying on this bit on 60 Minutes, I think it was. You see them doing that. If you want to do it, it's fine for peace of mind, but it's not going to offer you any benefit. In fact, it can do negative. It can do negative effects to your health because obviously you're breathing back in that carbon monoxide. If you're healthy, do not wear a mask. Okay. I did, however, see just yesterday, there was a clip of Fauci wearing a mask for some reason. So I don't know. They say follow the science, but only when it suits them. There's 17 studies that have been done comprehensively showing that masks don't work. They say, well, don't follow that science because that doesn't really fit what we're saying. Wear a mask because it makes it seem a lot scarier. Or whatever. I don't know.
Well, I gotta ask because I make masks. Of course, there's the taxation and theft mask. That's what's been going around. And I've had a lot of people purchase mainly because if they have to wear a mask to avoid getting arrested, especially if they have children, they don't want to risk leaving their children at home alone, so they're going to go ahead and go with the orders. And so they want to make a statement while doing so, which I love the idea. Of course, that's why I created it. And I agree with the independent individual saying, this is for my own peace of mind. And I don't think anybody should be shamed for that choice. But I do think that everybody, like you said, needs to be very well informed on the scientific studies done with that. And yeah, I do have a couple of questions if you're ready.
Fire away, yeah.
Okay. So the one new thing that I've seen recently, and of course I stopped watching the news probably at the very beginning of this.
Right.
My husband was tracking all this stuff, like you said, kind of like back in January and February. So he was like my daily news source because he was like you, like just going on and finding the statistics, and he was doing his own math, and then he was making his own theories and saying things don't add up. So, but one of the new things I've seen on social media is there's children and a new illness that is being caused by COVID-19. I didn't read a whole lot into it, but at first it was like, oh my gosh, we have this new pandemic that we're going to have to worry about, and it's affecting children. So everybody needs to stay indoors. We're going to give you more information when it comes available. And then it says, oh, by the way, now it's created or it's caused by COVID-19. Have you been following this? And what are your thoughts on that besides media manipulation?
Right. I haven't been, I've seen it. I've seen the headlines, but no, I haven't dived into that area yet. I mean, as you can imagine, there's so much. It started out, it's so bizarre, this. It started out in January, and I would have to really scour around to find stuff, to find the data, find the research, find the stories, if you like, of what was happening. Now, I mean, people are sending me stuff every day. Have you seen this? Have you seen? I'm like, holy shit! It's just, it's going crazy. So, I did see that. I don't know anything about it. I do know that they are. It seems to me, and again, I will preface this. This is pure speculation, but they do seem to be scrambling a little bit at the minute to change the narrative, if you like. In the UK specifically, they said, I think they said in the US as well initially, we need to stay at home to protect the health service, because if we don't stay at home, oh my word, it's going to be overwhelmed. It's going to be the health service is just we're not going to be able to survive. They're going to be overwhelmed. That didn't happen. Now, of course, they're going to say it's because of the lockdown. Sailing the.
In fact, it's the other way around. My sister is a nurse, and she's been laid off.
Right.
She's a nurse, and she's been laid off because she does post-surgical wound care in the hospital. And like since the ICU and emergency staff, like the trauma staff and nurses, they're not having as much patient admittance, that they have no work, but they're full time and they're needed because of, I guess, their level, that they were like, oh, well, we have to keep them busy. So they're now going to do the wound care for post-surgical, patients. And so she has been pushed out of a job, and she's not the only one. I have family up in Missouri who are dealing with the same thing. They work in hospitals outside of Chicago, and they're like, we're twiddling our thumbs, and that they're not reporting on that. And it's causing, a lot of people are thinking, oh, thank God for our nurses. Well, yeah, in certain, and in first responders, yeah, in certain areas, I could see that. Maybe like you said, with New York having really bad air quality and pollution, that could possibly follow with what's happening in Italy and the numbers being a little bit skewed and a little bit higher. But it's been insane that there's a lot of stories and narratives that haven't been told. So with that, what I want to go back to the economic impact. And of course, you said we're going to be looking at a lot more deaths that are caused by the economic impact of government intrusion rather than the actual virus itself. What are some things you think people can do to maybe try to avoid any negative impact from the economy?
Wow, that's a good question. I think everybody's thinking that right now. I mean, I'm fortunate, and I tried to teach other people this over the past 20 years. I've been running an online business for the last 20 years. So strangely, to a large extent, my day-to-day life at the minute is not that different to usual, other than the fact I'm homeschooling my kids and my kids are around a lot more. It's not that much different. Obviously, I can't go out as much. Here in the UK, we're still under this, we can go out. It used to be once a day, and then we can now go out twice a day. But I've been telling people for 20 years, get online, get a side hustle going on the internet. It's not difficult to get started. And you don't need stock. You don't need physical goods. You don't need staff. You don't need an office. You can sell digital products. You can either create a digital product of your own, or you can find other people that have already made those, and you can promote those products. So you basically, this is called affiliate marketing, right? So you essentially find a group of people that are looking for something online. Could be, cooking ebook, or, particularly nowadays, like homeschooling information or anything kind of digital, right? Find people that are looking for that, find a product that's for sale that offers that, and put the two together. And you get paid for doing that. And I've been doing this full time, I say, since the year 2000, and it's given me a lot of freedom in my life to kind of work when I want. I can work from wherever I like, as long as I've got, from wherever I like, as long as I have an internet connection. So that's something I've always been telling people, is to try and get a backup plan, basically, in place. And I think the internet is always been the way forward. Particularly with what's happening now, they're moving more towards virtual working. I mean, Twitter announced, I think, this week that they're going to allow people to work from home forever now. That they don't want them back in the office, or not that they don't want them, but they're happy for them to work from home. So we are going to get to a position, and again, this is part of their motive as well, or at least something that they're throwing on the wagon anyway. Getting to a position where more people are working remotely, separate to one another through the internet.
Well, one quick question, last one, because we're gonna have to let free up for the next next up, which is Bill Levin. How did it feel when Plandemic became viral? Like it's been shared to me by so many times. Like, how did that feel?
Well, this is the weird thing. I'm not connected with a Plandemic movie. Okay. I registered Plandemic.tv before the movie came, before anybody said anything about the movie.
Has anybody assumed, besides myself?
Yeah, no, a lot of people have assumed, and not in a good way, because a lot of people have kind of said, oh, it's all debunked, and it's just one individual. So I've had to try and separate myself from that a little bit. I did try reach out to the guy initially and say, look, is there a way that we could maybe help one another? But then when, I did more research on the individual, more and more people were talking about it. It's, oh God, it's not that, is it? And I'm like, well, no, that's got nothing to do with it. But obviously I'd already invested in the brand and the name. So I just kind of stuck with it. I do have another domain name as well, which I've been using, which is coronatruth.com. But what I found is when I was using that on Facebook, I was getting less reach. They actually clamped down. You'll find this also on YouTube now. It's very difficult to find any independent information about corona or COVID on YouTube now. It just all gets buried. And that's what was happening with when I posted that domain name. So I got Plandemic because I thought it was a little bit more generic. And then about 3 weeks after that, this movie kicked off. And it was crazy. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with that, because I know they stripped that down. I know they pulled it down.
Mhm.
Last time I had a quick look at the website, it said coming soon rather than the video. So yeah, I don't know if he's in a bunker or if he's been Epsteined or what.
Yeah, right. So thank you so much, Michael. Really appreciate your time and all the information that you have given all of us to look into the situation a lot more with a different point of view and perspective. So I'm going to go ahead and say thank you so much, and I'm going to go ahead and introduce the next guest, or at least say, guys, stick around. We have a lot more coming. Stay tuned for Bill Levin and his Church of Cannabis. So we're going to wrap up and see y'all later.
Take care.
Thanks, Michael.
Bye.
All right, y'all. So next up is going to be Bill Levin and the Church of Cannabis. That's going to be a lot of fun. We're excited about that. So stay tuned. Let me see if I'm still going to be on here for a second. Then you've also got Thomas. So bye, y'all.
See now. Can you hear through your earbuds now?
No. That's some serious lag on that mic. I'm only backstage, right?
Now you are.
Okay.
People in our hood is getting murdered regularly by corrupt portions of law enforcement.
The history of gun control is a history of racism.
I'm not in the business of trying to convince somebody that my life matters. My black gun will make you very well aware that my life matters. This right here is why you're getting your head blown off.
Rapper and civil rights campaigner Maj Toure has made it his mission to bring firearm knowledge to America's inner cities. He believes that years of prejudice have convinced urban black communities to associate gun ownership with crime rather than a legal and rightful way to defend yourself.
The problem is the lack of information and education about firearms and safety. My viewpoint is people should be more educated about firearms. That doesn't necessarily mean that they have to purchase one. A strong component of our organization is conflict resolution and de-escalation tactics. I think a lot of times what's left out in that of the firearm conversation is that it doesn't have to go straight to a firearm. There's a way to de-escalate situations. In urban communities, there's a deliberate attempt to keep that information away from those highly populated areas because it's not about gun control, it's about people control. And that's the problem.
He argues that more legal gun ownership and knowledge about firearms will make communities safer and has called his campaign Black Guns Matter.
Hello there, everyone. My name is Dave. I am the co-host of the Capcom Show. I'm an anarcho-capitalist, and my co-host is an anarcho-communist. We find the anarchist community full of division and hatred of the other people, and we find it very unnecessary and very unproductive. So our mission is very simply to help promote the idea that, hey, just because we disagree on a few things doesn't mean we can't be allies. So why don't we work together whenever we can? So that's our main mission, and you can check us out on Facebook and YouTube. And we appreciate any support you can give us. Thanks.
Let's see if we can get you talking without creating feedback. Really. Anything.
Just like you, I work my fingers to the bone, paying Uncle Sam just to keep my happy home. But he's always taxing me to death every time I take a breath. I wrote a check to Uncle Sam the other day. He wrote me back and said there's more I'd have to pay, but I went and bought some food instead. Now I wish that I was dead. He took all my stuff, and I've had enough, but I'm out of love, and there's nothing left to say, but taxes suck. Uncle Sam took me to court and squeezed me dry. I guess it doesn't pay to work or even try. In my dreams last night, old Sammy got sick when I poked his eye with a stick. He took all my stuff, and I've had enough, but I'm out of love, and there's nothing left to say, but taxes suck. He took all my stuff, and I've had enough, but I'm out of love, and there's nothing left to say, but taxes suck. Taxes suck. Taxes suck. Taxes suck. Taxes suck. Taxes suck. Taxes suck.
People of Titfest, greetings. I am Spike Cohen.
And I am Matt Wright.
Yeah, seeing Bill.
The duo who make up Muddied Waters Media.
That's right, Matt. We are on 2 shows every week. The Muddy Waters of Freedom on Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, and My Fellow Americans every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, where we go ahead.
So you should tune in every week where we parse through the week's events with the seriousness and aplomb of 2 special summer boys.
Special summer boys. And you too can follow us, because I'm sure you want to after watching this. You can follow us all over the internet on every social media platform by looking for Muddied Waters Media. Isn't that right, Matt?
That's right. And you can find every episode of Muddied Waters Media at muddiedwatersmedia.com.
That is fantastic. Well, we hope to see you there. And shout out to Titfest!
Hi, welcome back. Our next guest is Bill Levin. He's the Grand Poobah of the First Church of Cannabis and Guide to Love and Life's Great Adventure. He will be speaking on Love and Life's Great Adventure. Hey, Bill, are you there?
Yeah. Am I on?
Yes, sir.
Hi. I love you. How are you?
Hi, how's it going?
It's going super. How are you doing this beautiful Saturday morning? Did you watch the Three Stooges this morning? Because that's what everybody should do on a Saturday morning.
I don't actually like the Three Stooges.
Well, this interview is terminated. Don't like the Three Stooges? That's the most un-American thing I've ever heard. What kind of libertarian are you?
The kind that doesn't associate with being an American as being my primary identity? Just a thought.
Yeah, okay. And we wonder why this country's falling apart because we're all party crazy.
What can I say?
I know. I love you. What do you do to celebrate love and life's great adventure?
I kind of just made my entire life based around that, I guess would be the best way of putting it. Anything that isn't peaceful and enjoyable in life, I kind of cut out of my life, and it makes it a very nice, happy life I love. So what are you doing to expand on love and life's great adventure?
What do I do? Well, first off, I plant gardens, a lot of them, at least recently. I pay it forward. I go out and help my friends on the street. Huh?
What are you growing in your garden?
Oh God, that's a trick question.
No, it isn't.
Watermelon, melon. We're growing loofahs this year. We have tomatoes. We have peppers. We have cucumbers. We have gourds. We have corn. We have beans. We have peas.
And probably a couple dozen varieties of everything, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. The salsa garden's off the hook.
Because you need the salsa, you need the sandwich, you need the marinara, different kinds of cucumbers, different kinds of pickles.
Absolutely.
I feel you.
Let's see. And on weekends, we go out and we visit 14, 15 camps, homeless camps. And we make sure that they all get a good meal.
That's awesome.
On Saturday
How long have you
and
been
Sunday.
Doing that?
We've been doing it 2.5 years, 3 years.
Nice.
It's
I bet
sort
they're
of,
really
it's what we
appreciating
do on
it now.
Saturday night.
Sounds like a good weekend plan.
Oh yeah.
Are you guys
I,
going out there this weekend, or did the whole gatherings of large groups start to
We
create
go
problems?
out, rain, sleet, snow, doesn't matter. Every single Saturday night. And there's another group that used to do Sundays, but they can't do Sundays anymore, so we picked up their route.
Awesome.
You know,
And they're not giving you any grief about having a large crowd gathering together? Did you manage to
there
circumvent
is
that?
an exception. You'll like this. There is an exception for homeless camps.
Nice.
If you read the laws and the bylaws of the COVID shit, you know, the rules, homeless camps are allowed to have more than 10 people gathered without breaking them up. Homeless are excluded from the 25 people or less, or the 10 people or less.
And where are you located at?
Oh, I'm in Indianapolis, Indiana, the home
Okay,
of where
so
love grows.
you guys have a really nice area for growing stuff up there. Kind of a shorter season, though. Down here in Georgia, we get pretty much March through about November.
You know, we're in the middle of the agricultural belt, so we get a lot of
Well,
get a
good
lot of
dirt,
wood.
bad weather. It's
Yeah,
cold.
actually, yeah.
Yeah. So, did you want to do some discussion on your Church of Cannabis? How that came into being?
Sure. I was a strung out rock and roller with one foot in the grave. And in 2001, I sobered up, went to Thailand and cleaned up and started to change my life and focus on love base rather than sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
I think you froze.
We did. I don't have any Q&As or anything.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. You just want to talk about something?
Where did he go?
And he dropped.
Yeah. He's gone. Well, I guess that was Bill Levin. Up next, we're going to have Arvin Vora at 1 o'clock. And unless we can get Bill back in here. Cut to the loop.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, you're back. You left off with you gave up sex, drugs, and rock and roll for love, and then you disappeared.
Yeah, well, that's how it happened. Pretty much in a nutshell. I started selling tattoo supplies. I was that guy who went around and said, "Hi, I love you. Good morning." I unified a tattoo industry with love because these people were ready to kill each other. And I got my license to marry people through Universal Life. And when you get your minister's license, one of the things you always wonder is, hey, what would I do with a church? How would I do with the church? So in 2015, the time was right. and I created a religion and I opened a church.
And what are the tenets of this religion?
We follow the Deity Dozen, which is available online. The first rule is don't be an asshole, treat everyone with love as an equal. And I got to admit that Mike Pence was very much in the forefront of my mind when I came up with this. You know Mike Pence? He's from Indiana.
I'm aware of him. Don't really know him personally.
He's a quiet little thing.
No.
Oh, he is. No, seriously. If you have a one-on-one with him, he's intimidated as fuck by me. He holds mommy's hand and backs away.
Why is that?
I don't know. We have fun together. You know, I ran for office as a state rep the same time he ran as governor. So we got chances to bump into each other behind stage at some of the things.
Nice.
Yeah, well, it was entertaining. I got a kick out of it.
I was gonna say, how much did you torture him doing all of that?
No, I just walked up and said, "Hi, Mikey."
I
Yeah,
think
looked
that
at his
probably
wife,
would have
said, "Hi,
scared him.
sweetie, how you doing?" You know, and they were just like, oh, here's a good story. There was a thing where after the elections, they have a thing called Hobnob where everybody gets together and has a celebration party for whoever won and for whoever lost, right? It's a entertainment thing. It has nothing to do with politics. It's put on by the Chamber of Commerce. We were trying to convince Mike Pence to fake smoke a joint with me in a pickup truck to shoot a commercial to introduce this. And he considered it for a few seconds and then decided it wouldn't be good for his future. So he didn't do it.
So he didn't just run crying.
We did approach him, and an advertising agency did sit down with him and try to convince him to do this. So it was
I
fun.
don't really see that lining up with his constituent voter base whatsoever. I mean, his little shtick is being the good Christian boy. He can't just go get caught.
All politicians are criminal liars.
Oh, yes, and they're all actors.
And that
But his
includes
role is
libertarians.
good Christian boy.
Well, since I started a religion, the first thing I made sure of is we didn't use any of those nasty old magic books.
What kind of magic books?
Bibles, Korans, Bible
not
part
like
1,
fun
Bible part
magic,
2.
like just
We don't use any of those. More people have died over the belief of those books than any other written matter. And I don't want the karma that is burdened on those books.
fair enough. But I mean, there's other kinds of magic books that aren't necessarily sarcastic.
Right. I
Divinely
mean, Dr.
inspired.
Zeus is one of my favorites.
Right, and that's a magical book.
Yes.
He has a series of just
hold on, I
fabulous
touched
books.
something. Where am I? Oh, no,
showing up for me.
No, I touched something. God damn it. Chat with
You're
host.
still live, though.
Oh, okay. Well, now all I have is a screen. Hold on. Mary had a little lamb piece of cheese. Let's see. Where am I? Screw this down. Put it down. Oh, God. Am I still live?
You are. We're hearing
Well, good.
everything. It's great.
Well, good, because I'm really sort of lost here. Oh, there it is. No.
And now he's gone. This is painful. I thought he would have something prepared. Okay, so I'm still on here. Couldn't see his. There we go. Hi, welcome back.
Hi, I'm sorry. I shouldn't touch technology.
I have somebody over there doing all the technology for me for the same reason. I get it.
I knew it when it was simple, but now I touch my phone and I touch something and poof, it's all gone.
So what are the tenets of your religion?
Oh,
other than
God.
don't be an asshole, which is my personal life philosophy. It's as far as I've gotten. Don't be an asshole.
It's called the Deity Dozen, and I don't have a copy in front of me because that'd be too easy. We are the only religion in recorded history to include humor.
Is that required?
Yes.
What if somebody has no sense of humor? They can't join?
No religion in recorded history has ever embraced humor in their doctrine. The closest it comes is laughing yoga, and that was only came out in the 90s. But humor is one of the greatest cure-alls for humans. We're the only religion in the world in recorded history that has ever included humor as part of our doctrine. Hold on. God damn it, Charlie. Shut the fuck up. Cockatoo. Here's me talking to you, wants in on the discussion.
Is he one of the preachers in your church?
Well, we've got all sorts of creatures. I've got 3 goats, 12 chickens, 5 peacocks, 2 ducks, 2 cats, a cockatoo, a cockatiel, 3 cats. Yeah, we got a city farm.
Yeah, I've got sort of a little mini homestead farm here. I've got a couple dozen chickens, some ducks, guineas, goats, rabbits.
Oh, you got guineas.
I do. My chicken eaters.
Those guys are like the greatest alarm for the yard ever.
They are, even when there's nothing to alarm about.
Yeah.
They're very, very loud. But they're really good at keeping the ticks down, so they get to stay.
I have a peacock who has 4 girlfriends, and every time an egg is laid, he has a song he sings.
Of course.
And
he's proud.
We're coming into egg season, and this fool won't shut up.
They're very loud. They make guineas sound quiet.
Yeah, I know.
So how'd you manage to limit yourself to only 12 chickens? Is that even possible?
Legally, all we're allowed to have in Marion County is 12 chickens, so I only have 12 chickens.
Is there any kind of logic for that, or just they want to make sure you don't have anything to eat?
I have no. You're asking me about logic on local government. Doesn't work.
It's your local government.
But there's no logic involved.
Well, that's government from top to bottom and back up again.
I'm pretty sure if we can just find somebody to take care of road maintenance and utilities, that the rest of the government...
Utilities are mostly run by private companies anyway, so that's not as big of a deal. The road, you could kind of do a GoFundMe interactive map where you can just click on the pothole you want filled and add money. And you could bypass taxes pretty easily for roads. Everybody could just get mad at the same patch of bad road, add enough money till there's enough money to fix it.
In theory, but most people are greedy assholes and won't do it.
I disagree. It's a lot cheaper to donate a couple $100 to fix a massive pothole than it is to do your
You have
suspension on your vehicle.
empathy.
No, it's not about empathy. It's that I would
Yes,
rather
it
invest
is.
in a better
There
road
more
than
if it
have to
came
pay
down to
for
relying on
the
people.
damage to my car driving over a bad road. Like, how many times have you driven over a pothole and you've hit bottom on that pothole? If you drive up and down I-95, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
It's cheaper to fix the pothole than it is to fix the car. It's not about
Right.
empathy. It's selfish entirely.
People are selfish, greedy,
I'm
ignorant
selfish.
animals.
I'm selfish.
They
I don't
will
want-
not voluntarily support anything.
It's not about being nice about it. It is a selfish motive. It is a lot more expensive to put the exhaust back on your car and repair and replace that than it is to add money to a pothole fund. And a lot of people will see the same problem. My mom had her muffler ripped off going up I-95. She's like, how come I can't just pay to fix that one pothole? I said, welcome to the Libertarian Party. It's really not that hard. Pothole would have been cheaper than car repair.
Oh, yeah.
So people will add money.
Well,
Businesses
and it
will add
also
money because they
comes
need
the
trucks.
politicians who fix the roads saying they fix the roads, but put a 2-inch cap pad on it. And by the next season, that road is completely screwed up again.
Or for a while, North Carolina was taking their road funds that they were supposed to be putting in paved roads in rural areas, and they were laundering it out to themselves and not building the roads. And it wasn't until GPS became common and people started trying to drive down these allegedly paved roads that they realized none of the money had gone to fixing the roads. The embezzlement was terrible when I lived in that state.
And wasn't that Strom Thurmond state?
Maybe forever ago. I don't know. I thought he was South Carolina for some reason.
I knew he was one of the Carolinas, but he was the core root of corruption down there. I think he has.
All of them are like that.
Oh no,
I'm
no,
in Georgia now. It's just as bad.
He won the award for being the most corrupt, of having the most things named after him in the state.
Well, if that was the least of politicians' corruptions, then I'd probably be a lot less angry with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if all they want to do is have a bunch of little vanity signs printed up for them, that's kind of the smallest bad thing.
All right.
So, where does your church stand on taxes?
With every other church, we don't pay any.
Yes, but everybody else has that render to Caesar what is Caesar's mentality.
I took a vow of poverty. Okay. I live on less than $5,000 a year.
I live on about $6,000, and I'm raising a kid on it.
I don't like money. I don't want anything to do with it. I loathe it. I don't want it in my life. So, yeah, I don't deal with it.
I understand. It takes a lot of time to get money, whereas you could just be free and have your time. So if you can learn to live really cheap, it's a lot easier. You have a lot more time to yourself. I'm in the same boat.
It's
I live on $500 a month, and that feeds all my animals, my kid, pays my bills, and most of my time I'm free to do whatever I want.
I understand
Playing
that.
with my animals. So what led you down that path?
Greed, don't like money, don't like greedy people, don't like assholes. People will hurt each other over money. And I removed money from being a controlling factor in my life.
So is that the only God people aren't allowed to worship with the First Church of the Cannabis?
No, I don't give a shit. I mean,
Oh, they can worship the God
any
of
way
money?
you want. I have no say so on how you worship.
I think money is the most common God in the world.
Yeah. And I want nothing to do with it. God is love. And that sentence pisses off all the goddesses. So gods and goddesses are love, and we celebrate love in life's great adventure, and we don't use the word god or goddesses because we piss off the other god or goddesses.
Why?
There are over 9,000 working gods on this planet today.
That few, huh?
Some are unemployed.
Some are unemployed. It's like I'm a god, but nobody cares. Sorry.
Yeah, right. Some of the old gods, nobody gives a shit about anymore. But technically, there's about 9,000 gods that are celebrated on this planet today in our
Well,
culture.
that's an assumption that, gods by default have to be disembodied spirits receiving worship. If God is love or goddess is love, then wouldn't like a entity that has a physical form that also exists on love also be a god or goddess by your definition?
Yeah, no, I don't know.
There's like 8.5 billion potential gods and goddesses running around the world.
Yeah,
Some of them just aren't living up to their potential.
God is love. Love is within each of us, so we are all gods.
Right. It's a theory.
Actually, yeah.
As long as we're filled with love. If we're not filled with love, then I guess we don't have that status.
Hate is learned. Love is natural. You learn hate, but you naturally love everybody.
What about just disdain? What if it's not quite to the hate point?
One more time, I got a bird screaming in the other room.
I said, what if it's just disdain? It hasn't quite reached the hate point.
Self-frustration causes us to do strange and unusual things. And we get frustrated because others aren't doing what we think is best. If we relieve ourselves from the burden of being right and accept what is, it's a lot easier. Right now, all the libertarians are saying, let's open up and let everybody do what they want and find their own, find yourself, find out if you should be open, find out if you should be infecting people, find out no, people will infect each other because they are stupid. The guy who laughed and said, this coronavirus is shit, and then he went off and he touched all the mics and he touched everything else, and he was infected, and he infected other people. This is going to be going on for 2 years, at least. We need to kill the bird now, okay? We're going to go kill a bird. Want to watch me kill a bird?
Oh, fun. Yeah. John, grab Jackson. Let him come watch.
Stop it. Oh, I heard a rooster. I heard your rooster.
Well, one of them.
How many you got?
7?
Really?
Yeah. I like
Oh, you're my girl. 7 roosters.
Well, one of them's getting eaten this week because my soon-to-be stepson is visiting and he wants to see how to kill and clean a rooster. So one of them's going to get dinner.
Get the funnel out.
I just snap their neck and then cut off their head. Yeah, it's easier.
Do you starve them the day before?
No. I like them to be nice and happy. It's not that hard to just clean out the gizzards and...
I cannot do my own birds.
Really?
They're my friends.
Well, see, I keep it easy. The hens live until they stop laying, and the roosters live until they become jerks. So when they've already got me mad at them, it's really easy to just be like, all right, you're dead. And
Yeah, I get that. I've known a few roosters in my time. I understand that.
everybody else stays a lot friendlier once they see their buddy get killed for being a jerk. So it works out pretty well.
My rooster cup.
Nice.
I don't know how to turn this shit.
I can see it. It's a pretty common saying. It's supposed to be in a hug around the neck, but you forgot that part. Was that custom or did you order it that way?
What kind of chickens and roosters you got?
Bunch of them. I've got Astralorps, Orpingtons, Silkies, Polish Crusteds, Barn Builders, Wellsummers, Easter Eggers. I've got some barnyard mixes. That's just kind of.
Yeah, those
I've
I
got
know.
my Dr. Seuss chickens, the Silkies and the Polish Crusteds.
Yeah, I
big fan.
Was exclusively Polish for a while because Polish can't see what to jump on, and they're great for yard birds. They'll stay in your yard because they can't jump on the fence because they can't see the fence.
The advantage of having some of the bigger roosters is they keep away stuff like air predators, and they also have better vision. So if you get just the cute little ones with the feathers over their eyes, then they're not very good for alerting the flock to predators.
Yeah,
Makes it a lot harder to keep them alive.
Silkies are the chew toys of nature.
Yes, but they're so cute.
I know. I had a bunch, and then just one by one got knocked off.
Yep, I lost one to a raccoon about a month and a half ago. So wasn't too happy about that, especially since I have an LGD that's supposed to be guarding the yard and was probably sleeping on the porch. She's kind of a lazy dog.
What kind of goat you got?
Boers and La Mancha.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, nice mix of meat and milk.
Yep.
Yep. What are you raising?
They all have Nubian blood.
Okay, so they're mutt goats?
Mutt goats, yeah. One of them is half Nubian, one of them is 3/4 Nubian, and the other one is half Nubian.
Yeah, that's why I did the La Mancha. I figured I could cross her with the Boers and get good meat offspring, but keep good milk as well.
Yeah.
Sort of the balance of both.
Yeah. I got one goat who I think I need a fettier. I need a good fettier up here. My hands no longer can do this, arguing with goats about their hoofs.
I was just doing that yesterday. I understand.
My
big girls won't even let me do it. I just go walk them on the pavement till it files it down. They won't let me touch their hooves at all. The kids that I've raised, they'll let me trim their hooves, but not without a fuss.
Yep. I understand. Yeah, trying to find a fettier in the city is like looking for, Santa in July.
I actually know where to find him. He's up in Tennessee. Well, down in Tennessee for you.
Tennessee? Santa?
Yeah, that's where he's at right now. You don't know where to find Santa? I thought everybody knew where to find Santa.
Which Santa are you talking about?
The Santa?
Well, all right. Does he have a
Liberty Claus? The third partner in my company, 3L. Do I need to keep going on here?
Okay.
I'm in business with Santa.
Okay.
Yeah. Makes a good business partner. He's usually busy doing his own thing and doesn't tell us what to do much.
That works.
Yeah, works pretty good. Like, I don't think he even knew we were doing this production this weekend.
Oh my. 3L production home. Oh, my name's on there.
Yes.
Technology,
I'm nameless. I'm just 3L Productions host.
Yes.
Yes.
Why is that? Why don't you have a name on yours?
Because I'm nameless. I don't know. You'd have to ask John. That's his department.
Okay.
I don't do the technology stuff. That's all on him.
Yeah, I thumb through the stuff and don't do so well at it.
Yeah. I usually do the contracts and the bookkeeping and that side of things. Somehow I ended up in front of a camera.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First time. It's very awkward.
It's fun. We do services every week from the church at 7:30, and we put them out on Facebook. We get about 1,000 views every Wednesday night, and it usually will pick up to 2,500 views by the end of the week.
So why
and,
Wednesday nights?
Our religion, we learn on Wednesdays.
Okay.
Live, love, laugh, learn, create, grow, teach are the 7 focal points that go along with the week. So when you're a Canitarian, you take 10 minutes a day just contemplating life in a quiet space. Those are your focal points for the day. On Sunday, you live your life. You don't have anybody. On Monday, you need all the love you can get in your heart because it's Monday. Laughter is mandatory on Tuesday. You learn on Wednesday. Live, love, laugh, learn, create. You create your goals for the weekend on Thursday. Live, love, laugh, learn, create, grow. You grow on Fridays by helping others. You teach on Saturdays because you have your kids. And Sundays, you start all over again, living your life.
And you can do any of those on any of the other days as well if you want to.
It's just a structured frame of a suggested lifestyle. It is not mandatory. It is not 10 commandments.
That's because, I mean, as a homeschool parent, I spend every day with my kids. So if I, only taught her stuff on Saturdays, it wouldn't go over too well.
Yeah. Well, most kids are locked up in the public school system, as it were.
Yeah, I prefer free-range children. They seem to be healthier, much like the free-range chickens. Just let them run free. Got woods, got animals. It works out pretty well.
You got woods, you got animals. Right there, you got it covered.
Right. What more do they really need to be doing? Teach them the basic math of life. Reading they pick up out of curiosity, and running around and figuring out how stuff works is way more interesting than sitting there reading textbooks. Textbooks are brutal.
They don't have textbooks anymore.
They all just use workbooks or something?
Everything's done online. I looked at a kid who was staying here, and I go, "Where's your homework?" Well, I don't have any homework. Well, what do you mean you don't have homework? We used to come home with, arms of books. And they go, "Oh, no, we just have to answer these things on the computer."
Right.
And then when we're done with it, that's it. And it's like, oh, great. No homework, huh?
Well, they're just doing their schooling online, and a lot of homeschoolers and stuff do that. I'm sure Arvin's going to be talking about that more as we start coming up on the next segment where he's the speaker. He's talking about homeschooling stuff through his plan, which is a lot more structured than the unschooling type approach that I tend to take. But everybody's got different styles. Everybody's got different kids to teach. Different kids learn differently.
Yeah. Yep. Education.
Well, it's when it crosses over into indoctrination that I get worried.
There is no perfect system.
Well, the problem is trying to find a system that is perfect. You can exist without a system, or individualized systems as opposed to, mass marketed systems tend to work a lot better as well. People don't think alike. They don't learn alike. You can't have one universal style system that's going to work for everybody.
No, absolutely. The system that works best is the one that makes the politicians the money.
Well, that's the one that they try to promote as working best. However, by virtue of the fact that we're both sitting here, I doubt either of us believe that.
Believe politics? No, those two words can never be used in the same sentence. There's no belief in politics.
You can believe that politics is a scam.
Yes.
That's a belief in politics.
Absolutely. It is the greatest scam in the world. Politics is the art of getting close to the mother vein of money.
Or power, or both.
Well, money is power.
Power can also be money. You have enough power, it is your currency. It goes both ways. Get a little more of each and stair step it up.
It's a fun, wacky world, and as long as we can laugh at it, we're doing good.
Yes, sir. All right, do you have a few final notes you want to go over? Because we're getting ready to roll into the next speaker here.
Final notes. Everybody, be nice to each other. Be kind to each other. Some will wear masks. Some won't wear masks. Some think they're going to die. Some think this is a con. Doesn't matter. Be nice to each other. That's the real bottom line. And if you have a cockatoo that screams, squirt him. Squirt him good. Hi there. Charlie, shut up.
All right. Well, thank you, and thank Charlie for joining us. And I appreciate you describing the First Church of the Cannabis in such great detail.
I love you. You have an awesome day. Everybody who's watching, hi, I love you too. Be nice and be kind to each other. That's pretty much it. Are you there? Did I lose you?
I'm still here. You didn't lose us. We were trying to lose you, but no. All right, next up, we have Arvin Vora with Homeschool and Surpass the Others, How to Make Your Homeschool Surpass Public, Magnet, and Private Schools. And he will be on in about 9 minutes. Hi, welcome back. Next up, we have Arvind Vora. He is the co-founder of AP Homeschool Project, the founder of the Vora Method, and internationally published author of The Equation for Excellence, How to Make Your Child Excel at Math. He has helped students all over the country academically dominate their private, magnet, public, and boarding schools and get 1,500 plus SAT scores. Now he'd like to show you how to get ahead of those elite students and use homeschooling to create a supercharged college prep program. Arvin, are you there?
Thanks for having me on. So the way I'm seeing this, and correct me if you want me to do something totally different, I can do that as well, is basically presenting some of these ideas that are, really transformative, opening the floor for questions and taking it from there, or do you guys have a different format for this?
Sounds good to me.
All right, let's get into it then. First, thank you so much for having me on. I mean, it's an honor to be included in the first, as far as I know, Taxation is Theft Fest, certainly the biggest Taxation is Theft Fest so far. And when we start to think about taxation being theft, it's hard to ignore the biggest source of local taxation, state level taxation of all, which is public schools. And the concern that so many of us have is that if we stop using public schools, either collectively or individually, we would be at an academic disadvantage, that our kids would suffer, even though it might be the politically right thing, the personally right thing to do. We don't want that to happen. So this presentation is about how to make sure that your homeschooling program is so far, so massively, so unstoppably dominant compared to anything you can get at a public school, at a magnet school, at a private school, at a boarding school, that no one at any public school or magnet school or private school will ever be able to catch up. Essentially, what I'm talking about is the educational equivalent of a Manhattan Project. Excuse me, I have a couple of a bit of allergies, not corona, I think. And so I want to start with this idea of where this all comes from. Why would I even know how to do this? My company, Vora Method, we work with students at the best private magnet boarding schools in the world, ranging from highly competitive magnet schools like Stuyvesant, which are free and very academically competitive, to schools like La Rosie that cost over $100,000 a year. And we have our students dominating those schools all day long, to the point that they're often several grades ahead of their peers in those schools. And I'm going to show you how to get past that, how to get past the highest, most elite level that currently exists, and not by just a little bit, by a huge, dramatic, insane level. I want to start by talking about the history of public schools in America. Why did public schools even come into existence? And there's two big driving forces that you want to be aware of when you're thinking about public schools. The first driving force was the fact that there was a lot of people coming from different countries. And there was a sense, and by the way, I'm going to give public schools every benefit of the doubt. There was a sense that we needed to have a cohesive American culture, not a culture that was like, part Irish, part Polish, part all these other things, but just a cohesive American culture. And one role of public schools was to correct that. The other role is the interesting one. The other role is what defines everything that happens in public and private schools today. And that second thing is what's going to let you so surpass them that they will not even be able to be close to you. Just as the second that the first nuclear weapon was developed, all other armies became obsolete. Once you fully understand this method of independent schooling, every other type of schooling is going to be obsolete. And here's what that second piece is. It was one of the many reasons, and you can look it up historically. The proponents of public schools were arguing for this. The opponents of public schools didn't really bring it up. Is that it was a way to reduce child labor. Right there, it was a way to reduce child labor. The purpose was that if you have people who are in school, if kids are in school, they cannot at the exact same time be chimney sweeps. If they're in school, they can't also be working in factories at the same time. Now, if you want to be cynical, you can say that that was a way for unions and labor organizations to get rid of their competition. If you want to be generous, you can say it was a way to protect children. But however you look at it, one of the goals of public school from the beginning, in its DNA itself, was to use up time. If a public school at the time had some very advanced technology that let it, for example, teach kids calculus in 5 minutes, that wouldn't achieve the goal, right? That wouldn't achieve the goal of using up time, because if you learn calculus in 5 minutes, then you can be a chimney sweep for the other, 7 hours, 55 minutes of a workday. So the reason that this is so important, the reason that it's so important is that if the goal of public schools from the beginning was to waste time, to use up time on purpose, if the goal was to do that, then efficiency was never part of it. It wasn't about how much could you do in as little time as possible, but rather how much could you do in as much time. Excuse me, guys. Yeah, these allergies are getting me today. It's how much could you do in as much time as possible, and the more time you spent, the better. One more second here. All right, here we go. All right, yeah, I'm good. So the more time you spend, the better. Does that make sense? The more time you spend.
I was homeschooled as a kid, and I homeschooled my daughter. And as when I was a kid, my mom started off, like, she transitioned us out of Catholic school. So she started off every morning. She had like this schedule where every hour we were supposed to do certain things. And then she'd realize I was doing my work in the first 10 minutes of every hour and then goofing off. So then she started giving me assignments at the beginning of the day. I was done with them in a couple hours, and then I'd goof off. And then it finally got to the point at the beginning of the school year, she'd hand me what she wanted me to know by the end of the year. I'd have it done before Christmas, and then I could go do whatever I wanted. So mostly, like, I had weird odd jobs. From when I was about 8, I would, cut grass, cleaned houses and stuff for elderly people, made a little money that way. I got into soccer refereeing, waiting tables, all of that. But it was awesome for me that I knew exactly what was expected of me, and I could just do it as quickly as possible, and then I'd have the rest of my time to do what I wanted. Whereas in my mind, there was one year I was stuck in public school, and it was torture because I'd been homeschooling all those years and having to spend 7-8 hours of my day just wasting time was brutal because I didn't have time, to have an extra job and to do all that stuff I had been used to having. And I don't understand how anybody can just institutionalize their kid for that long of a day. We don't even do it to adults, like adults at least get a full hour break in the middle of the day. Kids don't even get that.
And here's what's interesting about what you're saying is at the beginning, I'm reading between the lines here, but at the beginning, it seems like your mom was like kind of maybe a little bit worried that you weren't using up the amount of time that you were supposed to use up. Or
she was trying to model what she had seen in schools her whole life and then just have a better quality curriculum. And it ended up just being one of those, well, this is what you need to know by the end of the year, so go nuts.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's not like I didn't learn other things beyond that, but it was just the state mandated minimums of things you have to cover.
Yeah, and that's what's really interesting. We see the exact same thing that we see in public school, which is that it's good to waste time. In private school, both by custom and actually by law, private schools have to spend a minimum amount of time to accomplish a task. Like you would never do that in industry. You would never say, listen, we need you to build the software, but you got to take at least 3 months to do it.
Well, they sort of do. How often do you have a boss in life that says, okay, this is your assignments for the month. This is your project you're doing. Get it done. Versus bosses that say, be here between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, and this is our projects and our deadlines. They are paying you to waste time. If you could finish that project in a week, why shouldn't you have the next 3 weeks of the month off?
Exactly.
But that's not the way our work is. It's about wasting time, because if you waste time, then you have to buy stuff. If you have to buy stuff, we have an economy.
And see that right there, and that's what gives us this opening. The fact if everybody, so imagine for a moment that you're running, say, a software company or any kind of production company, whether you're making cars or shoes or houses or whatever, and let's say everyone else in the world, everyone else in the country at least, has this belief that they need to be slow, right? Everyone else is trying to be slow, right?
You get paid by the hour, not by the job.
Right. That's
That's
everyone
why I
pays me by the hour. And
right.
you
That's
have
why I
the
like
idea
cleaning
that, like,
houses and yard work when I was a kid. I wasn't being tied up by the hour. I was being tied up by finishing the job.
Exactly, right.
Have all kinds of customers.
And so that's the amazing thing, right? So if you knew everyone else is doing this totally just backwards thing, it actually wouldn't be so inconceivable to get not just a little bit ahead, but just insanely ahead, because they're doing something that's inherently self-destructive, right?
Right.
So and so that's the opening here, right? That's the opening that this gives us, is that we are able to now ask a different question. So one way to look at this is, all right, here's the stuff you need to do it as quickly as you can. Or here's the stuff you need to do and take the public school model and take as long as you can do it. But there's this other way of looking at it. And we call it, and this is where we've built the idea of what we call the AP Homeschool Project. And it's asking a different question, right? We're saying not just how quickly can I do this stuff or how long can I do this stuff, but if I didn't have these brakes on, right? If I didn't have somebody intentionally trying to waste my time, if I was willing to rethink everything, and this is a big and, right? And I know this and is going to turn off a lot of people. That's fine. This isn't for everyone. This is for a specific group of people with a specific goal. And your goal was to create a sort of traditional-ish, academically competitive college prep homeschooling program. So in other words, it wouldn't be like, I'm not talking about an unschooling program or a lot of the other programs. Not that I have anything against those. I think they're fantastic. But this is the question that people brought to us. If I want to do a college prep program, if I want to get into Harvard, if I want to have a more standardized test, whatever you want to look at it in the traditional ways, whether that's good or bad, I don't know. But if that's your goal, that's why we developed the AP Homeschool Project. It was basically a way. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, but overwhelmingly, people overestimate how much you need to know to get through college. Like, I did my 9th grade year at public school, convinced my mom to let me homeschool again my 10th grade year, so I could get prepped for college and start college at 16. So I was going through like the entire Great Book series, teaching myself calculus, like thinking college was going to be hard.
Right.
I didn't even crack a textbook most of my undergrad years. Didn't need to. Didn't show up most of my courses because I didn't need to. College was high school all over again. It was a waste of time. It was a joke. It wasn't until I got to grad school that I even had to do assignments to actually, get grades. It is pathetic.
And see, that's what I'm saying. I mean, and you're totally right. I mean, there's no question that you're right about that. So in a sense, there's a lot of you guys out there who might start a program like an AP Homeschool Project type program or a different program, and realize that honestly, you can just take the brakes off and do whatever you want to. But
that's why you see so many homeschoolers that get into college so young. That's why MIT decided to do away with a lot of their diploma and testing requirements. If you had a portfolio or if you had gone on like edX and completed a certain number of courses and gotten certified on them, things like that. They're like, homeschoolers do overwhelmingly well here. We're not going to put the brakes on them just because they don't have paperwork. And people get free rides to MIT that way.
Now, I know a lot of the people who are watching today are libertarians, so I do want to throw this out there. Your chair was also homeschooled, and he went to college early. So this is not just like some crazy stuff we're talking about. Nick Sarwark is an example of this, right? This is not some, not just some stuff that we pay taxation on. Right. So let me get into a few of these ideas, right? And I think it's really exciting for me to be able to have you over here as well, because that way, I mean, we can talk about both because I wasn't homeschooled, right? I went through the traditional route or traditional-ish route. I went to competitive private schools, then from there to college, and the whole time I was like, this is just dumb. There's something wrong with this, and it really came down to me that there's this moment in school. It was in 9th grade for me. Interestingly, while you would have also been stuck in public school, I was stuck in private school, but of course a state-controlled private school like all private schools are. And here's what happened: is this was in a biology class, and it was near toward the second half of the second semester of the year. And the biology teacher told us these two things that together blew my mind. The first is, he says, you guys should take the biology SAT subject test. At the time it was called the biology SAT 2. And the second thing he told me, told all of us, sorry, was that also this class isn't really going to prepare you for it. And I was like, well, what the hell have we been doing for the last 6.5 months? Well, what were we? I mean, and so I was like, so at first I thought, maybe there was that the test was just like, some stupid test stuff, and then we'd been doing more academic stuff. So what I did is I took a look. I got some independent study guides, the Barron's SAT biology book, and I looked at it, and it didn't seem like a bunch of stupid standardized test stuff. It seemed like biology. So it happened to be near spring break. I took spring break and I just studied hardcore for a week. And in that week, I learned more than I did in the previous 6 or 7 months. So I took another week off. I told my mom I was not going to school, called sick, say, make some excuse. I don't care. I'm just not going to go. I took another week, and that was enough at the time to get a top 1% score. Today it would have been a perfect score. At the time it was a little bit less because it was many, many, many years ago. And so that was the beginning of this. I mean, that was decades ago, but that's where all of this started. And so in my business, we started thinking about things differently. We started saying, well, what if you turn this around, right? What if we made this just goal-oriented, both for internal goals and external goals? What if we said, all right, what if we go with this model of education that says you need to learn stuff and then you need to prove it to somebody? Which do have certain problems with that model, but let's say we just went with that model. You need to learn some stuff, you need to prove it to somebody. What are some things that you could do? And so from there, we started building and experimenting and thinking of all these different ways. And I know you're going to chime in, so whatever you're ready, definitely let me know.
I was just going to say, like, the tangible application of that. It's not even just being able to take that test and put it back on paper. Mm-hmm. Like, laws of thermodynamics, people understand that the more warm stuff there is around cold stuff, the faster the cold stuff heats to temperature, right? Mm-hmm. Now, ask somebody to boil a pot of water. What do? Almost every time. They fill the pot, stick it on the stove, stick it on the fire, whatever, to boil the pot of water. They don't add an inch, bring it to a boil, add another inch or two, and keep doing it that way, which would boil it in less than half the time. Mm-hmm. How long does the average public school teach basic stuff like that in physical science? Probably a month, 3 weeks. They're going over how that works. Mm-hmm. And they test on it. They test on it again at the end of the year. But when it comes to actually applying that knowledge in real life, it's completely gone. Our school system is a joke for that reason. All they do is they can put information on a piece of paper, but they can't take that information and apply it to life. And that's the big advantage to homeschooling, is you can show how that works in regular everyday application. And kids in schools never seem to get that opportunity.
Now, theoretically, you could show that in schools. People just don't. Because
the lawyers wouldn't let you. Boiling water around children? Come on. Lawyers get in the way of that.
But the other thing is this, is when you talk to homeschoolers, what do you notice? You notice that they're engaged, right? And when you talk to public school, what do you notice? They're checked out. And they're not just checked out, the teachers are checked out. I mean, if you told me as a teacher that, listen, Arvin, you have to take at least 9 months to teach algebra, I would say no. And if I had no choice, let's say it was like a financial necessity, in just less than a year, I would just be mentally indifferent to what I was doing, because it's such a demeaning and stupid task. The great teachers are going to hate it. The great students are going to hate it. The average teachers and average students are going to hate it. It's idiotic. It's not.
That's why the Montessori type schools have the highest teacher satisfaction ratings of any type of organized school, because it gives the teachers and the kids the most freedom to learn in a way that makes sense to both of them, instead of having to follow the little workbooks along and do everything in a systematic fashion.
And that's true. Although here's the thing that might make you laugh. I was actually at a Montessori school for what I was up until 3rd grade. And there's 2 things I want to say about Montessori. First, almost every person I've met who's gotten, say, above a top 1% SAT score, almost every single one had Montessori training at some point in their lives, and usually at least up till 3rd grade, sometimes a little farther than that. The second thing is, this will show you something about personality, is in Montessori school, you can do a lot of it's pretty unstructured. So you can spend time painting, you can spend time doing math workbooks, you can spend time playing. And I spent a disproportionate amount of time in Montessori school on my own accord doing math workbooks, because that's just what I thought was fun in those days. So it does give you kind of freedom to be a total nerd if you want to. So I want to illustrate something. So people say, well, I love this idea of free education, free market education, being able to explore. I love the idea of my son, my daughter, to be able to explore this. Kids are saying, I would love to have this, but I'm afraid that no one's going to believe me. No one's going to trust the fact that I did all this work. How am I going to prove it? And there's a lot of ways we can prove it just through competence, right? I mean, most of the time when we hire when we hire people, we don't look at their degrees. We don't care. We don't look at their grades. We don't care. We don't look at their test scores. We have our own internal testing that's much harder than any other testing. So it's not, we do care about their ability, but we're not like saying like, oh my God, we need to make sure that you have some degree in something, because who cares? We make idiots with degrees all the time. Why is that going to matter? So I want to illustrate something to you guys right now that you could do as a homeschooler, and literally no public or private or magnet school will offer it. And I'm going to take it one step further. No private, public, or magnet school will let you do it unless you fight with them a lot and like bring the city council into it if it's public school, or have your parents contact the board of directors and make a whole fuss if it's a private school. And the reason I know this is because this is exactly what our students have to do when they want to do half of this, not even the whole thing, just half. So here's where this comes from, right? When we think about what history is, I'm going to talk about history. There is what history actually is, right? Which is evaluation of political realities, knowing what happened in the past. To me, if you want to know what history really is, you need to look at primary sources. What are the speeches that people made? What were the debates that they had? What did they write? What actually happened? We say winners write the history books, right? But it's not like they just write it just to write it. They write the history books because they want to change your understanding of political and social reality, right? Winners write the history books, and they fill those history books with lies and propaganda. So let's look at what we could do with history. So we have what history actually is, which is learning to critically read, right? To critically think, to express yourself intelligently, to understand what somebody who's writing in the 1600s, what is he saying? What does this rant even mean, right? And I think as both a homeschooler and just an educated person, I think you probably agree, and I know that many of the readers would agree that if you just memorize a bunch of names and dates, you aren't learning history. You are actually distracting yourself from the study of history. You are cramming your mind with distracting minutia rather than actually learning the actual subject. If you ask, you do a Google search right now, ask any kid in the whole world, or ask yourself to complete this, maybe not you because you were homeschooled, but if you were not homeschooled, you can ask yourself to finish this sentence, and it's always the same. History is, and if you don't believe me, ask Google, and that last word is always boring. History is boring. But how could the shape of reality, how could the debates that created culture, how could rhetoric and all this be boring? It's not boring. Memorizing nonsense, minutia, and propaganda is boring because it's stupid. Your brain recoils at the idea of it because instinctively you know it's the wrong thing. Instinctively you know, like, this feels stupid because it is. Because it is. Now, an amazing thing happened a few years ago between the other head of Vormet, Chelsea Snyder, and myself. We were talking about teaching AP history, just sharing. We discussed, we discuss our students behind their back, not maliciously, but because we want to make sure we're getting everything, have each other's insights, all that kind of stuff. And we started to realize that I just happened to be working with a lot of kids who were studying AP European history that year, and she was working with a lot of kids who were doing AP US history that year, and we were teaching the exact same stuff. We were teaching the exact same skills to both. And now I was like, whoa, what happened over here? So we started looking at the AP history tests. We looked at all 6 of them, and we realized something truly incredible, which is that they are testing the same skill. It's not a skill that's taught in school, because it's not just memorizing names and dates and idiocy. It's critical reading primarily. And yeah, it's a multiple choice test, and I know a lot of people have major issues with multiple choice tests, and that's fine. I mean, if you don't
I love them. You never have to study for a multiple choice test.
What's that say, Ocha?
I said I love them. You never have to study for them.
Yeah,
it's like you pick up random knowledge along the way that you can always answer a multiple choice test correctly without ever having to study. It's great.
And that's the thing right there. Everybody hates multiple choice tests until they're given the option of like, an oral examination or, a written essay exam. They're like, oh.
He's muted.
He muted himself, I think.
Oh no.
Looks like looks like I accidentally clicked my mic mute button. I got a little over animated there. You guys can hear me now, right? Can you hear me right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, cool.
You're there.
All right. So let's talk about what that allows, right? So if all these tests, so what we realize is this: we realize that 3 of the AP history tests are essentially content free, which means that you don't need any external content knowledge at all, which to me is good. I mean, that's what history is. History is, can you critically analyze a document? Can you understand a political cartoon? Can you understand a speech? And can you read into it and make some sense of it, right? And so we realized that 3 of the tests right there required no external knowledge at all. And then the other 3, well, it depends actually. Chelsea says that there's 4 that require no external knowledge. I've argued that one of them requires a small amount of external knowledge, the amount that the average human being already has, but technically still external knowledge. So between 3 and 4 require no external knowledge. And the other 2 or 3 require some external knowledge, but nowhere near the level of minutia that you waste your time with in public school or private school or boarding school or any of that. So what that enables is to create an integrated approach, right? What that lets you do is to learn the actual skills being tested, which are good skills. Now I know that a lot of, and by the way, just to set the record straight on one thing, there is this idea that's come from, I don't know where, that the SAT subject test and the APs are run by the government. They're not. They're run by College Board. It's a private company with competitors. Does it get crony capitalism? Yes, because almost every big company in the world gets crony capitalism. Do I support that? No, I think it's terrible. But I mean, McDonald's gets crony capitalism. Chick-fil-A gets crony capitalism. Everybody gets crony capitalism. And I want it to stop, but that doesn't mean that McDonald's is run by the government or that Chick-fil-A is run by the government. There is this, and they are private companies with flaws that I would love to see change, certainly. So imagine what that would let you do. You could, with a single training, get yourself ready for 3 or 4 or even 6 AP history exams in a single year. And no public or private school will let you do that. I'm not saying they won't help you do it. I'm saying they will actively stop you from doing it. They will say that you can't do it. They'll threaten to. We've had students that have been threatened with all kinds of things from private schools. They're paying to go there. They're literally paying somebody to reduce their potential, right? They will do everything they can to stop you from doing this. And it's most dramatic, of course, in history. And you and I, of course, know why they would stop it in history the most. But, and I bet a lot of people watching probably figured it out too. But I'm going to say it anyway. Because it needs to be said. They don't let you do it in history because the less time they spend with you in history class, the less they can force their propaganda down your throat. Technically, you can use a physics class for propaganda. I mean, it would be weird, but you could do it. But anyone can use history for propaganda. I mean, history is the most best suited to brainwash people in the world. It's the ultimate tool for that. And if you tell a school, whether it's a public school or a private school, that no, we're taking away your brainwashing, they have a heart attack. They're like, no, take away something else. Take away this. Hey, here's a soccer field. Take that. Take our art center. Take our whole building. We'll just work outside, but don't take away our propaganda. Please do not take away that propaganda. And that's
in a lot of cases, they've switched it to cultural studies instead of it being history. So
no doubt, yeah.
Propaganda added into it.
It's like they're not even pretending anymore. They're like, yep, it's propaganda class time. They're not going to even pretend. Now, here's the thing. One of the truly bizarre things that we've seen, and this shows you the level of potential here, right? Is a lot of our students end up, a lot of the students at Bora Method end up doing this, which is they'll add, 1 or 2 or sometimes even 3 AP exams towards the end of the year, right? And we'll do practice tests, we'll do practice sections. And what do we see every year? Let's say a student's been in an AP US history class, just for example, right? And so they know a decent amount of, or some AP US history, right? Or they know some US history, right? and then they add in, say, in April, an AP European history. What we see every single time, is that they just do better on the one that they didn't prepare for. They do better on the one that they didn't have the class for. And you might say it's the excitement, it's the nerves and all that, but it's actually not that. We've actually watched very closely, and I've discussed with students what's actually happening in their brains as they're doing this, right? So one of the things that you'll see on all 6 AP history exams and both AP English exams. So when I said you could do 6 exams in a single year, I should have said 8, because you can also add the 2 AP English exams. And just to put this in perspective, this is for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with AP exams at all, AP exams at many colleges give you college credit. If you go in with 25 AP exams, that could be 2 years of college, adding more importantly, 2 years of college tuition. So I mean, we're talking about a program that could save you between 60 grand and 120 grand. And the program is free, by the way. And I know, like, I'm pretty sure I forgot to mention that our website, by the way, is aphomeschool.com. It's step-by-step free guide on literally how to exactly do this. Because I know a lot of times you and I have these abstract discussions like, here's what you need to do. And someone's like, but bro, like, what book am I supposed to get? So what book am I supposed to get? All of those questions, what video should I watch next? It's all right there. We have literally mapped out, do this, do this, do this. Now, some of you guys who are watching right now are all renegades. Yes, you can break every single one of those rules and it'll still work. But if you want a guide, to rail against and ignore and tell everyone is not as good as what you yourself did, the free guide is at aphomeschool.com. And if you just want a guide for normal reasons, like you just want to know what to do, it's also at aphomeschool.com. So we're talking about literally 8 exams in a single year on just the humanities. We haven't talked about science, just the humanities. We could do this, right? And it's all about learning skills that are not taught in school. See, we always talk about education being this, they want to make useful factory workers, but they don't want to accidentally produce revolutionaries, right?
Right.
And in history, that's the trickiest area because, yeah, of course you could teach people to critically read and think about history and think about, where does political power come from and what power is just and what power is not. Of course you could do that. And the last time somebody did that in America, a bunch of, people in their teens and 20s overthrew the government. I mean, that was the Declaration of Independence, and they're not looking to see that repeat itself. So they want to teach you a little bit. But they're like, oh my God, not too much. Here's the thing. You yourself can teach yourself the most. Presumably aren't going to try to censor your own knowledge. You're not going to try to make yourself dumber, right? You're going to try to build this to the maximum level. Now, if that turns you into a revolutionary, so be it. Then you're a revolutionary. But you're a revolutionary that's gotten a whole stack of 5s in their AP exams and saved over $100,000 in your college tuition. So let's start with that idea. So this single thing, and here's what this lets you do. It lets you dramatically separate yourself from anything happening in public or private schools. Like they can't get close to that because first they won't do it because it just attacks their reason for existence. And they're not used to thinking in a goal-oriented way. So even if they tried to do it, they would mess it up. What you want to do, what I want you to do, those of you guys who are watching, what I want you to do in your education is I want you to stop thinking of it as a daily chore. Forget the input. Bill Gates once said that measuring production of, I'm paraphrasing here, that measuring the progress of a bit of software by the number of lines of code would be like measuring the progress of building an airplane by weight. You don't want a heavy airplane falling out of the sky. You don't want a 5 billion thing line of code that the most fastest computer in the world can barely handle. Measuring education by hours of input is exactly the same level of dumb. It's the same thing. You measure everything in the world in output already. You do this instinctively because it's normal. It's a normal thing to do. Now what I want you to do is to do that with your education and say, what are the things that I can achieve? Now we've had students that kind of start to think of it almost like a merit badge, right? They're just like, man, I got to get a whole pile of these AP exams. And that, to me, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. You say like, listen, I learned this one subject. I want to learn some more subjects. And here's the amazing thing when you do it independently, right? When you go to any public or private school at the end of the year, which you would have also witnessed for that 1 year of torture that, oh my God, the poor 1 year of torture the rest of us who had the 12-year sentence.
Well, when you have to endure it every day, you don't realize it's torture. It's when you've been free for a few years and then you get tossed in there, then you're just like, wow, this is brutal.
So everyone right now serving a life sentence in prison, whatever she is.
It's bad.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. If you're so accustomed to it, if you didn't know, it's that famous, potentially apocryphal, potentially real quote from Harriet Tubman, I freed 1,000 slaves. I would have freed 1,000 more if only they knew they were slaves. And you're right. If you don't know you're in jail, it's bearable, right?
Exactly.
But you knew. So yeah, I mean, that 1 year of torture was certainly in a lot of ways probably was psychologically worse. But the rest of us had to deal with 12 years of it. It's only like medium.
Luckily, my mom took pity on me and let me escape after 1 year.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
I had pity.
Oh my God. Even I can breathe a sigh of relief. All right. So here's the thing that's so important here, right? Which is what you see at the end of the year at every public and private school. Because a lot of people say, well, are AP exams really learning? No, they're a way to indicate that you've learned some stuff. They're not. That's all they are. And if you do it independently, it's a way to show employers that you can work independently, and of course in a work from home environment, which is the entire future from now till forever. It's a good skill to be able to show. But here's the thing that you see at the end of the year at every single public and private school that I've ever heard of, ever been at, ever had a student at, is, oh my God, I'm so glad this year's over so I can forget all that stuff. I'm so glad I put in this year of effort so I can now throw it out the window.
It's a waste of childhood.
With that?
It's a waste of childhood.
It is. It's a waste of
Make them sit there and just regurgitate stuff for a year that they have no intention of remembering. Once they get past the basic math and reading skills, everything else is just in one ear and out the other for the most part.
True, except for also, trust me on this one, a lot of the basic math reading skills are also in one.
That's why I said, well, yes, but I mean, even for most of the smart kids, the ones that can grasp the reading and math,
sure.
They still, most of the other stuff they learn in school, it's gone within 2 years from the time they learn it. So did they really learn anything, or did they just learn how to put stuff on a test?
Exactly. And here's the amazing thing about history. And people say, like, but Arvin, everything you just said is still boring. It's still boring. Maybe it's independent, and maybe I can get, save, $100,000 doing it, and maybe I get more prestige, and maybe I'll get a whole pile of awards. And by the way, we've listed the different awards. Of those of you guys who really like awards, we listed them on the AP Homeschool website, so you can see what they are and how to get them and all that. But ultimately, it still feels kind of boring. And the reason that it's boring is all the cool stuff, all the exciting stuff, I should say, maybe not cool, but all the exciting stuff in history has been so censored or presented weirdly to you guys that you guys don't even know that it happened. So I don't know if you had this experience being homeschooled, but I'll tell you what happens to those of us in public and private schools. Even to this day, I actually checked with before this presentation, I checked with my own the students who were taking AP US history about their experiences in public and private schools. Here's one of the things that they taught us and still teach us and still teach kids today, which was that Abraham Lincoln, here's what he did, suspended the writ of habeas corpus. And everyone's like, yeah, I guess he did. Sure, why not? Most people remember it, and so it's weird enough sounding that most people get it right on the test. But when I've asked students, I'm like, well, do you understand that there was a vote that was about to happen, and he took the people who were going to vote to leave and locked them up so they couldn't vote? People are like, what? I had no idea it was that. I thought he just suspended the writ of habeas corpus, which to me sounds like he took a Latin class or something. He did. I mean, it's such a mind-blowing thing because, I mean, actual history, for better or worse, is just more interesting than, cleaned up history.
That's a lot of a weird thing I noticed was my mom, when I was young, had this addiction to old libraries, right? Like their book sales, yada, yada, yada. So we had biographies that were written anytime from like the early 1900s up through more current ones as they were filtering out one set of propaganda and putting in another. So if you could get like a biography of George Washington, for instance, we had one that was printed, I think it was like original 1930 something, and then we had some from the 1960s and 80s, and then the modern ones. And the story of George Washington is almost completely different based on which era of propaganda it is. And it's something that you would think would be pretty consistent across, same person, should be same story, but it's not. And it's weird just how much people have let that information just get completely bastardized. Sorry for, is this a family program? Anyway, just by the printing press, and then they just flush them out of the way.
Real education is not about censoring. Real education is about being real. So yeah.
Right.
See, and so in that zone, right, in that frame, here's what that lets us start to think about. That A, the history that you're not learning, it might be a little bit more interesting, and B, the only way to actually see what was actually happening is to look and read the stuff that came from that. George Washington was not silent for his entire life. He wrote a lot of things. He wrote this boring book about politeness. It says that you shouldn't be in a place half dressed. Dan Berman, I don't think would like that too much because of his notorious habit of being on podcasts where he's, top formal, bottom casual. I'm bottom semi-casual today. I'm not wearing shorts right now. Don't worry. But anyway, George Washington, he wrote a lot of things, right? That you can find out who he was through his writings, through his speeches, and most of them have been passed down with little to no edits because they know that most people today just haven't developed the reading skills to read them, so there's no need to edit or actually read them. People are trusting what they get at school foolishly. I mean, adults are going to lie. And I'm not saying that you need to believe me more or less than anybody else. I'm saying look at the information yourself, see what happened, and verify everything you see. Just verify it, because who knows? I could be lying. Maybe I lied.
If you can't verify it, then, say, okay, well, I've heard this, but I don't know it for sure because I can't verify it myself. People really look at you weird when you start answering their questions that way. I can't verify it. I don't know.
Let me actually use the scientific method that's so talked about in schools, right?
Right.
Let's talk a little bit about math, and I think this is going to be an area where I think you and I will have more differences of perspective, which I think is going to be really cool for anybody watching. So one of the teachers at Bora Method, it was more than one's been home, but one of the teachers at Bora Method was both homeschooled and really good at math, right? And the sense I get from you is you kind of fall in that same category. Homeschooled, also good at math.
Oh, I'm good compared to most Americans, not good enough to be an engineer.
Okay,
that's
gotcha. Now I want to address this thing because a lot of people said I'm worried about the math thing in homeschooling. And in fairness, I have met some people who are homeschooled and good at math. I met a lot of people who are homeschooled bad at math. And the people who are homeschooled bad at math are not idiots, and they're not lazy, and they're none of those things. But here's what I want to bring forth, and here's why I want you guys who are doing homeschooling to think of math a little bit differently than some of the other subjects. And here's why. Every civilization in human history has had some form of literature. Every ancient civilization had a form of arithmetic. Every civilization had some form of engineering and medicine and a lot of these other subjects, some form of science, right? But even if you use the most broad technical sense of algebra, like you're saying, like this technically counts as algebra, even though it doesn't look at it like it anyway. Only a couple of the ancient civilizations had anything that you could classify as algebra. A lot of us learned in school the Pythagorean theorem, right? A squared plus b squared equals c squared with the sides of a right triangle and the hypotenuse.
Yeah, you use it to calculate your measurements when building cross fencing.
Exactly. You totally use it. So a lot of us memorize it like that, right? A squared plus b squared equals c squared. That's the Pythagorean theorem. But Pythagoras himself couldn't have thought of it like that because the Greeks didn't have that kind of algebra.
Right.
The way the Pythagorean theorem was originally expressed was that if you take the literal area of a square drawn on one side of a right triangle, plus the literal area of a square drawn on the other leg of a triangle, those areas added up would add up to the area of a square drawn on the hypotenuse of the triangle. Because you could have said a to the second, because that wasn't a notation that existed then, right? And the reason that this is important, and this is so vital to understand, algebra is not natural. Arithmetic's natural. So you leave somebody alone for long enough, they'll figure out some system of arithmetic. History is natural. Literature is natural. These are all.
I think algebra, the language we use to represent algebra is like learning any other language, but algebra very much is natural. If you build things, if you do any kind of canning, cooking, stuff of that nature, you start calculating volume, you start calculating square footage. Algebra covers all of that. Geometry covers that. So even though the notations are a language that's relatively new, the concept behind it is very old. Just look at any of those, what you were calling engineers and builders and all those things throughout history. Those people were using those same concepts. They just didn't have the language to note it the way we do.
Exactly.
It's the same idea, just different language.
And so I want to talk about when that language, which I mean, when we say algebra is unnatural, what do we mean? I mean, algebra, a lot of it's arithmetic. Arithmetic is very natural. A lot of algebra is going to be very natural. But when we talk about that language was created by Rene Descartes in the 1600s. That wasn't created. I mean, people say, well, algebra was invented, by the ancient era. Technically true. The father of algebra, Al-Khwarizmi, was like, thousands of years ago. But he didn't write what we call algebra, right? He wrote it differently. He wrote it in sentences and whatnot. And that's actually something we've drawn a lot from in Fora Method, ways of teaching math and whatnot. But the modern notation, that was invented by Rene Descartes. I mean, that's a very recent thing. And the reason that I bring this up is I do believe that with math, with algebra, and everything that's based on algebra, I mean, chemistry, physics, and all that, you need to be very intentional about it, right? You have to say, here is my plan to learn algebra. And that can still be an entirely independent thing. I'm not saying it needs to be anything else, but it has to be very intentional. You have to recognize when you're doing that. When you're studying history, when you get into it and get past some of the weird language, it's going to feel natural to you. When you study algebra, there will be times it's going to feel weird.
The reason why algebra feels so weird for most people is because they don't have that life skill foundation set where the algebra is explaining the experience. They're trying to figure it out as a new language without having ever experienced. It's like, it's easy to understand what an apple is if somebody's handing you an apple when they say apple. However, if you've never seen an apple, then the word apple means nothing. So if you're not used to actually doing things in life, like figuring out where you're going to meet between 2 points or how to build something, whatever, then you're not going to understand what that language even means. And of course, it's going to be confusing. You're trying to learn a bunch of symbols without any context for it.
To use an example to illustrate exactly what you're saying. So in school I studied Latin, and Latin is a literary language, and I was 13, and the great Latin poets would get into ideas that, like, so the poet tells us this famous poem where he talks about this person he's in love with, and he talks about how, like, this person over here is pretty, but this other person over here is beautiful, like using the Latin things which have their own nuances and connotations, right?
Right.
And I'm like, 13. I'm just like, I don't know what the difference is. Those two are synonyms to me. Like, what are we talking about over here? What does this poem mean? Like, I could translate. I haven't said that one word translated this way, but I couldn't get it because I didn't have any of the life experiences that would have put it in any kind of context.
Exactly.
And just as Latin can be kind of literary, and that poses its advantages and challenges, algebra has that same thing. Which is, if you haven't been doing anything, you're neither building houses nor computer programming, it's going to be tricky. But that's okay for it to be tricky. Fine, let it be tricky. But
the thing is, it's so much easier to learn if you teach kids how the world is working as they're actually doing, instead of locking them up in a desk for 7 hours a day. If they're out there building a fence, for instance, they're going to understand how to calculate a triangle a lot faster than if they're just looking at symbols on a piece of paper.
And then why too, right? I mean, you understand, like, why to bother with a thing if you see what you're gonna do with it, right?
Right, but that's why throughout a lot of history, kids were mostly just either working side by side with family or being taught at home for their first 10 to 12 years. And then if they were going to school, they went to school at that point. They didn't start school at pre-K or kindergarten. They learned life first, and then they learned the explanations for life. And they were able to pick up a lot more knowledge a lot faster because it gave context to what it was they were trying to do. And that's been lost over the years.
There's something I want to add into that. So, but wait, the only moral of that thing wasn't so much that was basically this: if you're studying math and you are struggling with it, don't beat yourself up. It's normal to struggle with algebra. It's good. It's fine. It's okay. If you have questions about it, just email us and I'll just talk you off the ledge or whatever. That's the main point. But I do want to go to your point, which is actually a really important point, which is the idea of kids being essentially apprenticed to their family way of life. And a lot of people have asked, if you're homeschooling, then what about all the other stuff, right? Like, the extracurriculars, the internships, all that. Like, wouldn't you have a huge disadvantage because you wouldn't have the connections from your school to
You
get
would
there?
have a bigger advantage because you have time.
That is.
I mean, like, I started working at 8 because I had time to work.
And
I got my first actual desk job at 15 doing database management for a real estate broker.
Nice.
Because I knew how to use Access and I had time. You know, like,
And let me
it's
ask
a
you
huge
one more
advantage.
question about the real estate broker. Were their business hours usually like 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. or something? Or was it more like
Well, mostly she was just taking these huge client lists and property lists and stuff and putting together the database. And then the other thing was doing the mail outs, and I would do the photos and the write-ups for the property listings.
Okay, so
I
those
could
people
do it
kind of-
anytime I wanted within
Yeah.
hours that people actually wanted to be awake for most of the, stuff I had to do. It was pretty flexible.
So if you're doing stuff that's more back end, you have some flexibility in time. But here's the thing: most internships are going to happen during business hours. In other words, where every other kid who's applying for an internship, and like, listen, I get that if your parents have a certain level of expertise in the area, you can work, learn stuff from them, and some stuff you can figure out on your own. But if you're like, listen, I want to learn about something that's outside of that through an internship type program, it's a really big advantage to be able to actually work during normal work hours. Not like, we get so many people who are saying, well, telling us that they want us to help them figure out how to get an internship, and they're like, yeah, I'm only free on the weekends. I'm like, no, companies only work on Sundays, except for a church, if you want to call that a business, but not really. And so that's not a thing. So if you're not stuck there, if you're doing your own independent academic work, the idea isn't just that we now take 8 hours of school and make it 8 hours of independent academic work. It's a lot shorter. You don't need to do that many hours of academic work a day.
Plus, the advantage of homeschooling is that you get those hours where you can do like receptionist work or whatever, where you actually have some level of, I showed up and had a resume. So you don't have to take stupid internships. You can just take a job where you actually get paid. You're lower down the ladder, but you're not having to work for free. Like, internships to me are so cringy because people work 40, 50 hours a week and they don't get paid. And it's simply because their parents handicapped them to where they didn't have a resume going out there into the market and could actually fight for something better than an internship. All they have is classroom time.
I'm gonna tell you guys one of our secrets for so a lot of our students who after college are applying for investment banking jobs. And I'm not a huge fan of it. I chose, I was a math and economics major at Ivy League college. I chose that I didn't want to do investment banking. I did want to do education because that was more important to do something useful than to move money around. But that's not going to say I'm going to tell anybody else about it. If you want to do investment banking, by all means. But let me tell you one thing. If you are applying for an investment banking job, one of our insider tips for doing that is on your resume. One of the big issues that people have with young people, now and also for all of human history, is that they're lazy. Because either for perception reasons or reality, that's how they're seen. If you have on there a job that shows you had to work hard, mowing lawns or showing up to an office or doing something that looks like it was hard, that right there gives you a huge advantage over people who had bank internships and whatnot. Because everyone knows if you're in high school and you have a bank internship, you're basically doing nothing. It's not people outside of banking know that. But people inside of banking, they know it more because they're there. They see their high school intern doing nothing all day. So that is a bigger boost than any of the other types of things. Having a job that's hard in any way, construction, right? Anything that requires effort is going to make they'll say okay, looks like they'll probably show up on time, and I can do a lot more with someone that shows up sober on time, that shows up not at all because they're drunk, or just shows up not at all for some other reason. And that's a huge thing. And you'll see across every major company and small company, and BoardMeth is no different from this, that there are very specific ways to make sure, using whatever combination of financial incentives or whatever, to make sure that people show up. It is a major thing. If you can show that they don't have to worry about that with you, that's really huge. I want to also talk about, people ask about.
We're kind of running on time.
What's that?
We're kind of running low on time.
Oh, we're running low on time. Okay, cool. Let me just wrap up.
Can you see Myra's question here?
No. Where would I see it?
Okay. It says, I'm a former homeschooling mom who is running for State House on a school choice platform against a public school educator running on a birth through college public education platform. What is the best way to introduce school choices without sounding like you're bashing public schools?
You have to bash public schools are terrible. I mean, you do, yeah, I know the concern, right? Because if the second you bash public school, you're telling somebody that they're a bad parent. Okay, fine, and that means maybe you don't win this round, you win next round when those people wake up. I mean, it is in education, and this is something I tell all the board math teachers and remind myself fairly often is the beginning of education is the truth. If you cannot commit to the truth, you can be a guy talking about math, but you can't be an educator because education at the very basis has to be about the truth. And if public schools are terrible, and they are, and if there are better options out there, and there certainly are, then that is something that's incumbent on all of us to do. And listen, I get more blowback than anybody from bashing on public schools all the time. But at the same time, yeah, fine. You know what? In any given day, I might get 100 people yelling at me about public schools, and I get one email a day or one email a week saying, "Listen, I was totally about public schools, and now I'm ready to do homeschooling, and you found your website or whatever." That one email makes the other 570 more than worth it. And so that right there, I think you can phrase it softer, but it's going to come through anyway. And I would say this: the most powerful tool at our disposal is to encourage people to opt out, to encourage people to find other options. One of the reasons that we made the AP Homeschool Project was that we wanted people to know that even if you're scared, and even if you're terrified, and even if you don't know anything else, you now have, inside of educational circles, what's regarded as kind of one of the most relentless, ruthless, brutal education companies in the world on your team. I mean, if we were lawyers, we would be like the big, mean, evil lawyer. I mean, we're on your side now.
What do you mean if we were lawyers?
No doubt, right? No doubt. So I would say this. You can take a positive tone of encouraging people to use homeschool. If you think it would be relevant, feel free to share our website, aphomeschool.com, if you think that would be useful. If you think something else, you can go in whatever direction. You can take the positive approach, and you can also take the negative approach, which is that having people stuck in government-run propaganda factories is bad. And the more we excuse it, the worse it's going to get. It's time for us to opt out. It's time for us to say, yeah, no more. We're not doing this anymore. We're taking education back. Every person on earth has the right and responsibility to succeed on their own terms, not to follow somebody else's nonsense. To quote the cliche, we're all born originals. Why should we let education, fake education, government education, turn us into copies? We can do so much more than that. And that's really why we built this website, which is aphomeschool.com, and right there is the guide if you want the guide, and if you just want a guide to rail against, it's there as well.
All right, thank you, Arvin. We appreciate you coming on. We're going to have, I'm sorry, we've got Spike coming up next. Thank you, Arvin. Up next, we have Spike coming on. I appreciate you taking the time to chat with us a little bit, and we are going to go back to the little commercial loop for a couple minutes while we get Spike loaded up. All right.
him today, when he hears those ideas tomorrow, he'll be curious what I think. Putting it all together, Liberty Dad Podcast is about discussing liberty and preparing for tomorrow's conversation today. You can find me at libertydad.com and on all major podcasting networks. Now get back to having fun. Hey, say goodbye. We're working on it. Have a good time.
Infection and disease, it fucking festers in the dark. Until you're willing to shine light on the bullshit will continue to happen.
First, it was Molan, then Barilaro, then Constance, now who? The Liberal National Coalition only cares about who is king of the castle, not regional New South Wales. First Barnaby versus McCormack, now Barilaro versus McCormack. Even Constance is now under fire from his own party. I am Dean McRae, Liberal Democrats candidate for the Eden Monaro by-election. If I'm elected, I will stand up for regional New South Wales and the people of Eden Monaro. I will reduce the burden by working to reduce politician pay by 20% to ease the burden on struggling Australian taxpayers. I will work to make Eden Monaro a special economic zone which will see a freeze on federal taxes such as the petrol tax in the electorate to help people get back on their feet after months of disaster. I will stand up for regional New South Wales by fighting to end the failed Murray-Darling Basin Plan, which puts a regatta in South Australia over farmers in New South Wales. It's time to send a message to Canberra. Tired of the major parties? Now you have a choice. Vote 1, Dean McRae in the Eden Monero by-election.
What the states keep out of history textbooks are the things that call into question the existence of the states themselves.
Basically, the political classes obviously don't have a vested interest in relinquishing power, so they're against us. The intellectuals want to get hired by the government to provide their alleged services, so they're not going to. So it is really difficult. We have a lot of obstacles.
So it's ironic that people hold up the threat of warlords when under conventional definitions, arguably right now, we're all subject to warlords. But there are people who systematically steal our income and would draft us and put us into wars or engage in wars around the world.
The IRS, when they send out your tax return, they could have a question on it that says, do you agree to the federal government of the United States? And then if you say no, then you could get a full refund of your taxes. I wonder why they're not doing that.
Everybody's a minarchist. You know, who's not an anarchist? Joseph Stalin was a minarchist. Bernie Sanders is a minarchist. If you're just going to say, well, I think the state should do X, Y, Z, well, why not X, Y, Z and ABC? And while we're at it, EFG and a whole bunch of other things. You know, anarchists get accused of being utopian, but there is nothing more utopian than a minarchist. The idea that a state will stay restrained because it just decides it doesn't want more power. We're going to create a monopoly on the initiation of violence, and they'll probably decide we'll only stay, you know, a certain reasonable size. Well, I mean, how much empirical evidence do you need to disprove the idea that that's even possible?
Hello, everyone. DL here from Liberty Dad Podcast, and you can call this little guy Liberty Son. Say hello. That's his hello. I'm here supporting Dan Berman's Taxation is Theft Fest 2020. Are you having fun yet? I surely hope so. To be honest, I'm barely comfortable with recording audio, let alone video, but I told Dan that I would give it a shot. Liberty Dad Podcast is about two things. The first is liberty. This represents the message, all things liberty. All your freedoms, all the time. And how liberty isn't a libertarian idea, it's a human idea. An idea that can speak to the needs of every individual, because liberty is about the individual. And Dad, well, that's kind of the fun part. It represents the delivery. As this little guy grows up, I'm going to be teaching him a lot of ideas. Probably a few bad ones too. Someday he'll hear something different. And if I make a good impression on him today, when he hears those ideas tomorrow, He'll be curious what I think. Putting it all together, Liberty Dad Podcast is about discussing liberty and preparing for tomorrow's conversation today. You can find me at libertydad.com and on all major podcasting networks. Now get back to having fun. Hey, say goodbye. We're working on it. Have a good time.
Infection and disease, it fucking festers in the dark. Until you're willing to shine light on the bullshit will continue to happen.
First, it was Molan, then Barrel Arrow, then Constance, now who? The Liberal National Coalition only cares about who is king of the castle, not regional New South Wales. First Barnaby versus McCormack, now Barrel Arrow versus McCormack. Even Constance is now under fire from his own party. I am Dean McRae, Liberal Democrats candidate for the Eden Monaro by-election. If I'm elected, I will stand up for regional New South Wales and the people of Eden Monaro. I will reduce the burden by working to reduce politician pay by 20% to ease the burden on struggling Australian taxpayers. I will work to make Eden Monaro a special economic zone which will see a freeze on federal taxes, such as the petrol tax, in the electorate to help people get back on their feet after months of disaster. I will stand up for regional New South Wales by fighting to end the failed Murray-Darling Basin Plan, which puts a regatta in South Australia over farmers in New South Wales. It's time to send a message to Canberra. Tired of the major parties? Now you have a choice. Vote 1, Dean McRae in the Eden Monero by-election.
Welcome back. Sorry for the delay. Our next guest had a little bit of technical issues with a power outage, but what we're going to do is we're just going to blame the NSA because with our next guest coming up and this festival happening, they just didn't want the two to happen together. I think the universe is probably going to explode. So I'm going to introduce our next fantastic guest, Spike Cohen. He's going to be talking about disruptive politics. Spike Cohen is a libertarian candidate for vice president, co-owner of Muddied Waters Media, host of My Fellow American, and co-host of the Muddied Waters of Freedom. He has made his life's work to spread the message of liberty, self-ownership, non-aggression, and voluntary solutions to the public, and to train and radicalize others to do the same. So welcome, Spike.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. You all good over there?
I appear to be good. Everyone appears to be good now. How are you? I apologize for the delay, but I am now here.
Not a problem. We're having some storms over here, and here's some thunder and lightning. Hopefully, I won't have the same issues you did. But we're just going to blame the NSA, right?
Yeah. I'm blaming the NSA because it is sunny here. So
yeah, then it's totally the NSA.
It felt very NSA.
Yeah. Okay, so we're just going to say it was the NSA. They didn't want you and Taxation as Theft Fest to come together because I think they probably just thought it was going to explode.
That's fair. Thanks a lot, NSA.
All right, so disruptive politics. I mean, we've had some disruptive politics happen in the past 20 minutes, right?
Now we have politics that we're actually disrupting instead of disruption happening to our politics. Yeah, absolutely.
That's amazing. All right, so what do you have to say about disruptive politics, and what are you going to do if you become vice president of the United States?
Well, actually, so I have a little bit of a presentation I put together, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
And then I guess we can talk some more about it and go through any questions the audience has or anything else. So,
yep.
My name is Spike Cohen. I am here to talk to you about the politics of disruption and how to use the government and its pet media's weaknesses against them. But first, let me tell you a little bit about myself so you know a little bit more about me and why you're having to watch this. I started a web design company back in the 90s when I was a teenager, and I sold it 3 years ago so that I could focus my life on my true passion, which is sharing the message of liberty outside of libertarian circles to people who've never heard of ideas like self-ownership, non-aggression, property rights, voluntarism, using the sales and communication skills that I learned from starting, owning, and operating a successful business. And to that end, I became the host of My Fellow Americans, the co-host of the Muddied Waters of Freedom, and the co-owner of Muddied Waters Media, hosting and producing 2 live libertarian programs that is primarily targeted to normies, has taught me a lot about the importance of breaking free from what's normal to get people's attention so we can change their minds with our message. And what is our message? Well, it's very clear. You own yourself, your life, your body, your labor, and your property, and no one has the right to take any of those things from you, even if they sit in expensive buildings and sign fancy sheets of paper and put little pieces of metal on people and order them to take from you. Once you strip away all the pretense and the pageantry from government, you're left with people whose actions are no different from that of any other violent, sociopathic thief. And we have a long way to go. The state and the Republicrats and their cronies who operate it are running roughshod over us with their endless wars, their endless spying, their endless imprisonment of people for victimless crimes, their endless intrusion into every aspect of our lives, and endless taxation and debt spending to pay for all of it. Most people either support it because they don't know any better, or they feel utterly powerless to do anything about it. The only way we're ever going to have a chance to stop this is to let people know what they already innately know deep down to be true. Something is wrong. Things aren't supposed to be this way. The people who claim authority over us are fools and liars who can't be trusted to tie their own shoes, and we would be better off without them. So what do? Well, that's the fun part. The key to spreading the message of liberty is to get in front of as many people as possible, get them interested in us, lower their cognitive defenses so that they actually want to hear what we have to say, and then hit them with our actual message. And to do that, we have to subvert the entire electoral system and the corporate media that serves it and make them serve our needs for once. We have to disrupt the system using their machine to do it. Liberty activists and Libertarian Party candidates, and just liberty people in general, often fall into one of two traps. They buy the first one is they buy the government-sponsored corporate media's lie that if we just act respectable enough and give nice, passive interviews where we respond to their questions exactly how they want, this time they'll give us a seat at the table. And every time we fall for it, they give us just enough airtime to treat us like we're a joke, like we shouldn't be taken seriously, and that the public can safely ignore anything else we have to say. And they're not going to give us a seat at that table because they can't. If we're able to influence the cultural conversation and move the needle of public opinion away from statism and towards liberty, they'll lose everything. So they mock and ridicule us as we sit there and take it. Or we fall into the other trap, refusing to engage, because we recognize that this system is a cynical farce and that the government media are never going to treat us fairly. We completely disengage, not just from the government media, but from the public in general. We become bitter and jaded. We become antisocial. We call people bootlickers and cop suckers, and we forget to put our phones on mute too, which is also incredibly not helpful. And then after we don't put our phones on mute, we call people bootlickers and cop suckers. If we do actually do an interview or engage in a conversation with normies, we hit them with nothing but agitprop, and then we snarl when they don't agree with us. Even though we're right, we come off as angry, argumentative, and petty. We make ourselves into hermits, even though our entire belief system is centered around maximizing human freedom. Whichever of these traps that we fall into, we're ultimately doing the same thing, alienating the public and letting the state and its pet media paint us as monsters. In order for us to beat them at their own game, we need to see their weaknesses. Government relies on everyone presuming that they have authority simply because they say so. And the media desperately needs people to watch their programming for ad revenue, especially TV media, because they are a dying medium. They need the money. No matter how much power and control they have, no matter how many traps they set for us, they rely on attention and belief in their authority, and they will shut out anyone who doesn't feed into that. So let's do it. Let's subvert and disrupt their system and leverage their weaknesses and their desire to be fed for our own good. How? With nonlinear messaging. I have two stories of how we can use nonlinear messaging to subvert and disrupt. The first one involves someone you probably already know very well, Vermin Supreme. Vermin has been at the forefront of subversion and disruption. He's the absolute godfather of nonlinear messaging for decades. I could spend several hours breaking down everything Vermin has accomplished, but for now, I'm going to give just one story. It's something called the New England College Convention. Every presidential election year, the NECC hosts all of the major presidential candidates. In 2016, they had both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. This year, they had Tulsi Gabbard, Liz Warren, Bernie Sanders, Tom Steyer, and Vermin Supreme. Vermin wasn't only the first libertarian presidential candidate they've invited. He was the first third-party candidate they've ever invited. They invited him because he's hilarious and because the students who planned the convention absolutely love him. Vermin showed up. He did his whole satirical shtick. He led the crowd in a nonsensical chant. He declared war on Narnia and then spent the rest of his time talking to the crowd about the libertarian philosophy, concepts like self-ownership and non-aggression, the Libertarian platform, and he invited people to join the Libertarian Party and help him on his campaign for president. And the audience loved it. A few days later, he was interviewed on Insider Magazine, which has a following of 80 million people. He wouldn't have gotten either of those opportunities if he had just been yet another libertarian activist or politician. And if by some fluke they had gotten that opportunity, they wouldn't have gotten nearly the same amount of attention because most people either get bored or offended when people talk about politics. But when Vermin does it, people love it because they're being entertained and they want more. The second story involves someone you may also probably know. Me. Yay. Back in December, I announced I would be Vermin Supreme's running mate. During that time, I unveiled my verbal agreement for an even better America, which includes such campaign promises as legalizing recreational plutonium, making all police officers dress up like Barney the dinosaur and sing his theme song to anyone they detain, giving everyone free cheesy bread, and arming your ponies with 20mm Vulcan cannons. That announcement got me the exact attention I wanted. And a few days later, I got my first request for a media interview to talk about what I really believe. When the news team came to my house right here, they came set up all in here, they explained that they'd interview me for about an hour, a half hour to an hour, and that they'd also interview someone to rebut everything I just said to them, and that they'd condense all of that down to about a minute and a half, 90 seconds, 20 or 30 seconds of which would be someone completely dismantling everything I just said. So I knew what I had to do. As soon as the interview started, I went right into promising everyone free ponies and free cheesy bread. I said that if the police officers failed to sing every part of the Barney theme song in key, that they'd have to let the detainee go without charge or citation. I talked about my plan to impeach the entire Supreme Court and replace him with a janitor whose name is Reginald and who will rule over all of us as king. And whenever they tried to change the subject to something serious, I tell them that once we got the unlimited clean energy by putting all of the zombies on giant hamster wheels, the next logical question was, of course, what are we going to do with all of these offline nuclear power plants? What are we going to do with all of that plutonium? And the answer, of course, is whatever the hell you want to do. It's your body. Just stay away from me for the next 35,000 years. I did this to them for nearly 2 hours, and they left completely gobsmacked. What on earth were they going to do with all of that footage now that I just completely crapped all over their original plan? Well, I already knew what they were going to do with it. They aired it, and it became their most popular item on both their 7 o'clock and 11 o'clock programs. It got shared from their website thousands of times, and hundreds of people reached out to us on our website and our social media asking us, what the hell did we just watch? And why are you really doing this? And then I'd talk with them about the serious stuff because now I had their attention. Oh, and by the way, there was no one added to my story to rebut me because they couldn't find anyone who would go on the air and say, I'm against putting zombies on hamster wheels. So I got the entire segment. They just added like a 5-second clip of a local poli-sci professor saying something about how third parties have a long history in the US or whatever. And that interview led to many other interviews and appearances across the country, as well as college events with Emerson University, NYU Film and Art School, and Georgetown University. I turned a bunch of goofy one-liners into an increasing presence into the political world because I leveraged the media's need for viewership, and I lampooned the presumption of government authority simply by presenting myself as a politician who was doing exactly what all politicians do, making a bunch of promises that everyone knows we aren't going to keep. I could spend days giving all the examples of how disruptive, nonlinear, subversive messaging works in politics, including ones that aren't as funny or satirical. But the bottom line is this. People already know that something is wrong. Even though the government and media is constantly telling them that everything is fine, they have it all under control, just obey and comply, and everything will turn out okay. They know that isn't true. They just need someone to help wake them up to the reality of why it isn't true, how we don't have to live this way, and how we can dismantle this system and live better, freer, safer, more fulfilling lives. And we can do that once we stop doing what the people in control want us to do and start doing what will change things. Let's be disruptive. And with that, I am happy to talk and answer any questions you have.
Okay. So with looks like we have a surprise guest. Oh, talk about disruptive politics.
Hey, kid!
Hey!
I heard it was like Titty Fest, so I wanted to come by and, share some titty with you. Here we go, everybody. Free the titties, free the areola. It's your body. You can whip it out if you want to, wherever you want to, within reason, as long as it's not terribly offensive to other people, or all of a sudden maybe you'll get arrested for indecent exposure. However, in this case, sing those grandpa tits, will you, people?
Love it, guys. We have the most well-respected political satirist in the world, basically, and he's been running for president of the United States for the past 30 years. He is a absolute pro at doing this. Welcome, Vermin.
Hey,
Thank
Vermin.
you very much for having me here. This is a wonderful festival, a wonderful theme for a festival, and I'm glad to be a part of it. And I'm certainly glad that Mr. Spike Cohen, my esteemed vice presidential candidate nominee, has been here to explain what it is that exactly it is we're doing. I mean, because a lot of people, to the layman, to their average person on the street, it's like, what the heck is going on there? That man has a boot on his head. It's freaking me out. It's causing me to suffer some cognitive dissonance. And that's part of the story, of course, is creating this cognitive dissonance by presenting these disparate imageries, by trafficking in the absurdism of things, and trying to appeal and create this questioning of why. Okay, why? Well, but why not run an economy based on ponies, or why can we spend all this money on all these wars, and where's my pony?
Yeah.
And it's these type of questions that are inherently put forth in my ridiculous part of the platform planks. The mandatory toothbrushing. It quickly takes a jab at the nanny state. What kind of law must we put in place to keep you safe from yourself? And then it quickly devolves into the dystopian nightmare that it becomes, what have you, with the secret dental police and the dental re-education centers and the preventative dental maintenance detention facilities and the DNA gene splicing to create a race of winged monkeys to act as tooth fairy enforcers. And so yes, we are definitely the communication strategy that I have been trafficking in and developing and utilizing and perfecting for these 30 years seems to do just that. It seems to really get past the literalists, the cognitive barriers that are put up by people to experience new things. It has allowed me to break through the media blackouts, if you will, and make it past the editors. And it's just I have found it to be a very successful method of doling out very important information. And of course, the humor and the joke and the goofiness, that's just the sizzly come on. And then the fluidity that my characters allowed me to develop just allows me to go from some of the most outrageous, over the top statements right back to reality. And yes, so we do believe that we can effectively harness this, that we can use humor as a weapon against the duopoly, humor and satire as a tool for outreach, as a tool for education, as a tool for recruitment. It is all of these things. And I hope, now that I don't know, I just heard that Justin Amash just dropped out of the race, and oh my goodness, I mean, that means I just might win.
I know. I was just about to ask Spike about what his thoughts were, and then you just came in.
Wait, what?
No,
Yeah.
it's on Twitter, dude. Justin Amash just announced that he is not running. He looked at it, he realized that he could not beat us, and he dropped his ass out. OMG! We are going all the way, buddy. Me and you into the White House. Woo! Woo!
Well, you're definitely getting the younger votes, that's for sure. Because right now, like my 5 and 7-year-old, you are their favorite candidate. Of course, I work for Dan Berman, so he's my favorite.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, probably. If the kids are watching, probably not.
No, my kids aren't watching. They're off for the weekend.
If the kids aren't watching, then keep doing it. No, so if the voting age was lowered, if the voting age was lowered, yeah, go ahead. If the voting age was lowered to even 14 or 15, we would win in a landslide. It wouldn't even be close. Which this is perfect. This view, perfect. It would be. I mean, it wouldn't even be close. So we're looking at. Oh man, it gets even better.
I know, like
Zoom him.
You can get it up, like that's perky.
That is. Oh, he's perky. He's perky. Well, he's also. I mean,
this is what peak libertarian dad bod looks like, people.
This is peak libertarianism right now that we're experiencing.
Joseph, take notes.
Why Joseph dropped out.
come to think of it. So no, I mean, within a couple generations,
that's what I bring to the table, people. That's what you want to see in your nominee.
I'm very excited. Within a even elect one, if there were like if we could fast forward 8 years, we'd have all of the youth vote, because all of these like 14 to 18-year-olds, who some of them will be voting in time, and of course he's loved among 20-year-olds and all the way up, but really mid to late teens and then early 20s are the people that have been growing up with him since they were little, and they are absolutely in love with him. And so, like, you know, I mean, anyone who is under the age of 30, almost always, if they look at all of the candidates, he's the first one that they go to, because they remember him, they've known him for a long time, and they totally get his shtick. It doesn't have to be explained to them. They don't have to have it, you know, broken down and deconstructed to them. They just innately get it.
I think part of the beauty is, you know, they can enjoy it on the different levels. You know, when they're younger kids, they just think it's full on ridiculous. And
Right.
as they get a little bit more consciousness and a little bit of context, then it all becomes clear. And it is true that people who were young in 2012 when I first went viral have grown up with me, and they do. A lot of the teachers like to use me as an example in their political courses and all that good stuff. And when high school teachers are using you as a teaching aid, or to get the kids interested in what you're trying to teach them, I think that's I don't know. I think that I've been very blessed in developing something that has such a resonance, and so many people find so wonderful, and has given me such vast reservoirs of political capital and goodwill across the political spectrum. I mean, that's another tricky thing, because when I struck it viral there in 2012, because it was not perceived to be a partisan attack. I wasn't singling out an individual candidate or a party even, but it was just this much broader critique, and as such, it was warmly appreciated just from left to right and everywhere in between.
Yeah, my daughter, who is 5, she absolutely loves your free pony project and your policy on that. And my son, who's my better teeth brusher, like he flosses, like he's been doing that since he was 2, which on his own, which is amazing. So he likes that as well. My daughter, on the other hand, is terrified of your mandatory tooth fairies and all that kind of stuff.
She should be, quite frankly, she should be.
It's going to be a new normal. You know, the flying monkey comes and you brush your teeth, or there's going to be problems. It is what it is. Like, I mean, we adapt to new normals.
Secret dental checkpoints every couple hundred yards, not a problem. Show them your dental records.
The children figure out how to adapt to new normals, because it's just, they don't have to process it. It just is. The flying monkey's there, brush your teeth.
Is it any real problem to flip up your lip while you flip up your pony's lip to show your matching barcode tattoos? Not at all.
No.
It's not egregious. It's not excessive.
These are all perfectly reasonable ideas. Listen, so the other thing is, when you see your pony, you wake up every day and you go in and hold your pony, and as one is wont to do when you have one, and you flip up and you see those beautiful pony teeth, you are going to be inspired to have teeth that they'll never be as big and they'll never be as beautiful, but they could possibly be as white. And that's the big thing. That's going to be a big inspiration. That and the flying monkey and the checkpoints and all of it works together. It's very stick and carrot. The stick is the monkey, and the carrot is the horse's teeth.
But with the advances in human pony dental medicine, it is not inconceivable to one day perhaps have a full set of pony teeth put in your mouth.
Well, I mean, that's the world we all dream for, yeah.
Well, hopefully in Vermont, they won't add a law stating that anybody who wants those kinds of dentures have to run out and get their husband's written permission.
I would hope not. I would.
Yeah.
Is that what a Bernie Sanders?
Yeah, talk about ridiculousness.
Sanders law?
Yeah, talk about ridiculousness. Vermont has a law that a woman has to gain her husband's written permission to seek out dentures.
Is that something that Bernie Sanders put in?
That sounds like a Bernie Sanders.
I have no idea. I haven't done a whole lot of research on it. Obviously, people aren't flocking to go get their husband's permission for dentures, but it was I think it still is a law on the books in Vermont. So it's just,
It's
there you go. You could look at that.
one of those situations where the government is essentially forcing you to break the law, putting you in a position where you are violating the law. I mean, in many states across America where cannabis is not legal, people are forced into a situation where they are violating the law every day. When their speed limits are just a little too low or not realistic, everybody is a scofflaw. The government creates criminals, and that's just a fact. And the more ridiculous and overreaching statutes and laws they put in, a case in point, the mandatory toothbrush in itself, that was based on the mandatory seatbelt laws that were being put in the 80s. And when they first came through, it's just a law, we're not going to enforce it, we're not going to and then it became click it or ticket. And then it's like, okay, well, if we pull you over for some other infraction, then and you're not buckled in, we will write you a ticket. And now it is once again slid to the point where you can be pulled over specifically for either not wearing a seatbelt or having the cop say that he thought you were not wearing your seatbelt.
Or having anyone that you're driving with not wearing a seatbelt, or the suspicion that they weren't wearing a seatbelt. So basically, we can just pull you over just because they want to.
So yeah, it starts with a little nanny state. Oh yeah, we're concerned about you, and then it's like, up against the wall, motherfucker. We're gonna shoot you. Yeah. Whoopsie! I felt scared.
Yeah, I was scared.
Okay, so quick question for both of y'all. Can you give us an idea or a story of when you have come into contact with the police, and were you able to fight it, or was it? Do you have a ridiculous cop story?
My ridiculous cop stories are all infuriating. He has much more fun, ridiculous cop stories, so I'll let him start.
Yes, I've been very, very lucky, and I've been arrested very few times for the things that I do and the situations that I involve myself. But I think, in New Hampshire recently, actually, it was 2016. It was the Chris Christie campaign. And we were dogging Christie, and we were at his campaign headquarters, and they were trying to turn around his bus. And this gentleman comes up to me, and to the layman, he would be like, "Oh no, it's a Secret Service guy. Look at his short hair and his suit and little button." But I realized, and I knew for a fact that Chris Christie did not have Secret Service protection. And so I immediately said, "Where are you from?" And he goes, "New Jersey." And I said, "You have no jurisdiction here. You cannot tell me what to do." And as a result, he immediately backed off and got himself a state trooper who could try and enforce that stuff. And that was sort of a spinoff of, 96 at the Chicago National DNC convention. And that is where I learned the magic phrase. I was working the delegate gate. The delegates are coming in. I'm proselytizing nonsense to them. And this cop comes up to me and says, "Excuse me, sir, I'd like to ask you to move." And something clicked in my head. And I said, "Well, thank you very much for asking me, officer. I'm very happy where I am." And that was a revelation and an amazing thing that it changed my life. It was a moment that changed my life. Yes. That I realized, and now it gets to the point where, whether it's the Secret Service, state cop, any cop that comes up and asks me to do something, I immediately cut to the chase and say, "Listen, if it is a simple request, I am not going to grant that request. If it is a lawful order that you are clearly going to, or you make it clear that I am risking arrest if I do not obey, then I will consider and reassess, and we will discuss it. But if it is just a simple request, well, you can pretty much fuck off." And that's I've had great success with that.
Well, and I actually have an example of that with Vermin in the New Hampshire primaries. When we were up there in New Hampshire, we were doing a thing where we were kind of going around the media circuit with our whole menagerie there. I had a pony head on a stick that I carried around like a scepter to herald in the arrival of our new president. And
we had live ponies. We had live ponies.
We had the whole thing. And so what we found out was really
Lord
effective.
Buckethead. We had Lord Buckethead with us.
Buckethead was there. It was insane. It was what made Vermin famous, but on like 10, like, I mean, on a completely, or on 12, on a completely different level. And one of the things we found that was really effective was, so when the media is doing an interview, they got the camera here and they're both sitting on either sides of the camera, and they're looking ahead so that they can have the scene of, New Hampshire behind them. Well, we'd get behind them and we'd do our whole thing. We'd have all of our Vermin Supreme signs and our ponies and our pony heads and everything like that. We didn't make any noise. We'd just be like, hey, we like that. We do this. And so, and again, we're on public property. There's nothing they can do about this. They're not going to stop a live broadcast of, PBS or CNN or MSNBC because there's some people behind them doing all this thing. So we're getting free ad time, free earned media. And so when we do that, after a while, the police would show up and say, can you move along? And we'd say, what's going on? We're just exercising our First Amendment right to peaceful assembly and freedom of speech. And they go, well, just to show respect. And we'd say, we're being incredibly respectful. Would you ask the media to please be respectful of our space? They keep putting their cameras in front of our situation here. We're just trying to make the best of it and saying hi to everyone, but it's really starting to concern us because they're putting tents everywhere and they've got cameras everywhere. And eventually the police just left us alone because we weren't doing anything illegal and we weren't doing anything that was harming anyone. We were being disruptive, but not in a way that they could actually do anything about. We were being politically disruptive, no more so than, putting a tent in the middle of the park and setting cameras up and live streaming the whole thing. But, that was an example where the police presumed that, the government pet media was the ones in the right, and anyone who, didn't keep with the decorum was in the wrong. And we just simply said, no, we're here doing our thing and we're not hurting anyone or breaking any laws. So no, we're going to stay right here and continue doing the thing.
Another time during the inauguration in 2016, there was they arrested a whole bunch of protesters, the J20 protesters, and I remember going up there. And once again, it's all about exuding command authority. Trying to convince the police and the right police that I am fully in charge. And I went up there and just like, I'm Vermin Supreme. I'm running for president of America, and I am also an amateur hostage negotiator, and I am here to negotiate these hostages' release. And I immediately went into this whole routine, and I was blasting out the Star Spangled Banner for the bullhorn, and it really bucked up the protesters' spirits, who were at that point, they were all kettled and just waiting to be transported away. Oh, at the G8 in Pittsburgh, it was when I first discovered this amazing little psyops technique. And it was like I was in this park and I was hanging back a little bit because I have that situational awareness, and I sort of saw what's going to happen. And so they were all the protesters and demonstrators were on the street. It was a fuck the police event. And, the police had made their announcement declaring it unlawful, and they were starting to march on the protesters. So it was obviously this very tense moment where and the police are banging on their shields, move, doing that.
Right.
And so I had my bullhorn, and I had that little song, that little button that played this chicken dance that I played during the 2012 closing statements. And so I started playing the chicken dance full blast over the bullhorn, and the riot police had to continue to try to look intimidating while they were being forced into this total crazy soundtrack. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. And it changed the dynamic to this point where it totally blew apart all the fear and tension that the demonstrators were experiencing as the police were coming up on them.
Yeah.
And I ran into one of my friends weeks later, and he told me that it was the most fun that he ever had getting pepper sprayed. And that song, it carried over into the transport vehicles, and the people who were handcuffed in these police transport vehicles were all singing the song, boom, 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 stamping their feet, and it carried over into the jails, and it became this act of solidarity that everybody had in common, which was just this ridiculous way of making the police look ridiculous in doing their most intimidating bullshit violence. So that was funny, and yet it was a very effective tool to literally change reality by using these techniques.
Exposing the absurdity of the whole spectacle. and not the absurdity of the people protesting, but of the people who show up with fancy uniforms and pretend that they have authority because it says that they can do this. And using just some simple refusal and just some simple adding some satirical and lampooning elements to demonstrate that it's all bullshit. There's no reason to think that these people have authority simply because they all showed up in force and said, "Do what we say." So
I had a great one at Chicago at the NATO summit in 2012, and it wasn't so funny, but it was funny to me. And essentially, they had this long line of police. I mean, several hundred. And it wasn't totally clear whether we were kettled or not. It wasn't totally clear if we were being detained. I knew we were not being detained. But I went up to each cop one at a time and looked at them in the eye and said, "Excuse me, am I being detained? Am I free to go?" And as it turned out, none of the line cops knew. They did not know because it was not their job to know. It was their superior's job. And so I was just sort of using this to make a point to them that they didn't really know even why they were there. And then I might, and then so I would go down this line and about, I had 20 cops who could answer me that they did not know if I was free to go. They did not know.
Yeah.
They didn't know if and occasionally, and then I would get to a sergeant and the sergeant would say, "Oh, you're free to go." And then I might talk to the cops and just reinforce the fact that that they're tools and pawns and class traitors and things of that nature.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, guys, we're gonna have to wrap up. We've got 4 minutes because we've got another speaker coming on. We're not gonna take a break. I think we're gonna end up just going straight into the next speaker because we want to give obviously y'all some amazing time, especially since we had some technical difficulties. Spike, the NSA again. NSA.
Thanks again, NSA.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So, quick question.
All the way.
I'm wearing a swimsuit. I think that's pretty radical. I've got my taxation is theft skirt, and I've got my pineapple earrings. I have my hair purple.
Earrings. Yeah.
I've got my purple hair, and that's become kind of like a little bit of a trademark for me. And then, and I'm always wearing red lipstick. What can I do to like radicalize my look? I want fashion advice from the two of y'all.
Well, as someone who refuses to pander to you or anyone else here, I would just like to say that you might want to get some headwear because your head's looking a little naked. Vermin's got his boot. I've got this fancy hat that you can buy over at taxationistheft.cards. I've heard that you can get that. I've also got my swag here. I probably, I'm on a competing campaign and wearing Berman 2020 stuff. That's probably not good. But you got the End the Drug War and Taxation is Theft that I wear everywhere. Ever since I first met Dan. So you could do something like that. Overall, you got a pretty good ensemble going there, though, I would say.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, certainly. Yes, I would go to verminsupreme2020.com and do look at our merchandise site. We have many very exciting merchandise accoutrements. We have the Vermin Spray's face pins that the kids love so much. That's a very wonderful accent. The Vermin Supreme T-shirts. So yes, all those things, and might want to consider, some sort of third eye tattoo. Maybe that would be pretty striking and quite a conversation starter. Absolutely.
Well, as a makeup artist, that just means I'll be able to work more of my art.
Maybe a temporary third eye tattoo, but when in doubt,
go like a henna. Yeah.
Okay, henna. I can do henna. All right, we'll go with that.
But you have to reapply it every day.
Oh, okay. All right.
And make it blink. And if you could get the 3D blinky effect, that would be super.
Yeah,
cool.
If you can really learn to isolate those muscles so that it actually blinks, that'll really drive it home.
Well, see, the problem is I want to try to look young, so I really don't want to mess with these. I don't want them to blink,
Oh, okay. Then
that's what women in their 30s. That's what women in their 30s try to avoid.
Now that the hair coloring thing has become so ubiquitous, it is very difficult. I remember when I was a kid, there was like a after school movie, the kid with the green hair, and he was a total freak because it was just so unheard of. And now everybody's got the colored hair, so you got to really step up the game. But mohawk, I would go mohawk because that just takes a bottle of Elmer glue and you could spike that stuff up. And boy,
Well, I don't know if you know how long my hair is, but it is freaking long. I've always had it long.
And speaking of spiking it up, if you go to Vermin Supreme 2020 and go to our store, there is a shirt, a spike shirt you can buy. It's just my face looking at you, not terribly happy. There's not, my name's not on it. There's no context whatsoever. It's just a picture of my head. Only $19.50, including shipping. Or I don't think that does include shipping, but it's only $19.50. And then you too can walk around with my face looking like this. And when people go up to you and they say, "Who's that?" you can say, "That's Spike Cohen. You don't know?" And then they'll go, "Yeah, of course I know. I just couldn't tell from that picture that was Spike Cohen, but I knew that."
And then eventually you might discard of it, and it might end up in some third world country, and it will cause some great confusion and perhaps riots.
Greater confusion to the public.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us at Taxation is Theft Fest. We really appreciate it. It's at the top of the hour, so we are going to go right into our next guest, who is Nicholas Cuball Wildstar. And again, thank you, gentlemen, so much for coming in and disrupting, a bit of our politics today. We really appreciate it. And yes, Tit
All right. Thanks for having us.
Thank you, guys. Enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Bye. All right. So that was a lot of fun. And it's going to continue. We are going to continue and roll with the fun. Right now, we have our next guest, Nicholas Cuball Wildstar. Excuse me while I go ahead and get your bio up here so I can tell everybody a little bit about you.
No problem.
All right. So Nicholas Wildstar is an American civil rights activist and politician who ran for California governor twice, Fullerton City Council, and mayor of Fresno. The Wisconsin native moved to California to further his career as the hip-hop musician named Cuball, but quickly began to get involved as an activist in his community, protesting against abuses of authority by police and other government officials. So, everybody, Nicholas Wildstar.
What's up? What's up? How you doing, Kate?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, wonderful. I appreciate the wonderful introduction there.
Well, we just go with the energy, and I knew that you were going to have a whole lot of energy, and it's just like, it's perfect that it was scheduled right after Spike, and then having Vermin on, and then, of course, going right in and going to what you're going to be talking about with activism and stuff. So we're pretty excited about what you have to talk about.
Wonderful. Hold on. I got a spider in front of the camera right now.
Well, at least it's not in front of mine, or I'd be like squealing and running out of frame.
I'm like, why is the camera all blurry? It's a little tiny ass spider. Anyway, yeah, he wanted to get on camera right quick. Say what's up to everybody out there. Let you know the taxation is theft.
Yes, it is.
even the little arachnids agree. But yeah, I appreciate you guys for having me. 3L for hosting this show, and all of you out there for, of course, tuning in to this wonderful event. This is my first time doing something like this, so I'm very excited about the opportunity to be heard in multiple ways because I'm not only a civil rights activist and a spokesman for liberty. Yeah, I'm also a rap artist, so I'm going to be combining that for a set here, and hopefully, everybody enjoys what I got to show you.
Absolutely.
All right. So, how we working this? You want me to just jump right in and then
jump right in?
All right. So I got a few screenshots I'm going to be sharing along the way, but like I said, you guys, this is my first time doing something like this, so please bear with me. Let's see. Here, how to do this. Okay, so I'm sharing the screen right now. Yeah, there's my website, everybody. Please check me out ASAP. Like I said, I am Nicholas Wildstar, aka the Governor, and I'm also known as rap artist Cuball. So I'll tell you guys a little bit about myself, and I'm gonna do my best to kind of compact all of what I want to say because I got a lot to say, so I'm gonna probably speak quickly, and I may drop little bombs. So I implore you all to do as much research as possible because there's only so much information I can, again, put into this 50 minutes, I guess I got.
Yeah, it's 50 minutes. You got 50 minutes. We can go 55 if we need to. But yeah, you got plenty of time, I think.
No, I don't want to talk over because my wife, she's watching the clock. You know, we got an 8-month-old, and right now she's on baby.
Is it nap time or it's about to be nap time? I know how that goes.
It's like lunchtime right now, so she's playing with them and feeding them. But I got to get on, on the clock once she's done.
Yeah,
so she can do what she has to do. But like I said, this is my first time doing this, so if I make any mistakes, bear with me. But I'm gonna just jam pack this here into this conversation. So again, my name is Nicholas Wildstar. I am a former mayoral candidate for Fresno, California, a former candidate for City Council of Fullerton City Council, and two-time candidate of Governor of California. A lot of people know me more notably for my runs for governor. The first time I ran for governor was in 2014, then I ran again in 2018 as the endorsed candidate and nominated candidate for the Libertarian Party of California. So a lot of people, again, know me from my gubernatorial run. I got involved into activism, I would say around 2008. I got involved as an anonymous activist and got involved in the Occupy Wall Street protests out here in California, Occupy LA. And that pretty much transformed me in many ways because it started to turn my eyes onto the real situations that's affecting the people of the community. And of course, how we can actually change that through politics. So my goal through the Occupy movement was to occupy Congress, occupy, the government. So that's why I started to focus on getting involved in politics, especially after hearing Dr. Ron Paul speak more about libertarianism. He kind of turned my eye towards occupational wars, government spending, endless spending, the Federal Reserve, and it creating money out of thin air and then taxing us for it. So, all of these revelations came about in a time of my life where I felt like, again, I needed to get involved in the community to, make that difference. So I have been involved in over, I would say, 24 protests and marches throughout the state of California. I'm a very well-known demonstrator as well. I'm also very known as a First Amendment auditor. So here on my YouTube channel, let's see. Oh, no, that's actually the wrong thing, but let's see if I can get that up. All right, so here on my YouTube channel, you guys can come and check it out. Go to Governor Wildstar on YouTube, and you can check out any of my videos. I'm a very well-known First Amendment auditor is what it's called, and that's basically just videotaping a law enforcement official in the line of duty to make sure that they're upholding their constitutional oath. So I've done this with police officers. I've done this with judges in court. So I've videotaped them, made them all available there on my YouTube channel. So if you want to, find out more about that aspect of my activism, please check that out. And all of this have translated into political activism. I was involved in the Ron Paul 2012 presidential campaign to try to get him elected. I did my best to, stump for him here on the campaign trail out in California, and even attended the Republican National Convention in Tampa that year. So that was when I started to turn my eyes on getting involved in politics. And also with the musical aspect being coupled in, I moved out to California because I'm actually from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I moved out to California to pursue a career in music. So I've been out in California for over 20 years now, and I've had great success in my musical career as an independent musician. I've independently released albums that has music all over the world, thankfully, to this digital age. But a couple of my songs have actually been picked up in movies. One of them is in the movie Scary Movie 4. I also have music available on online radio stations like Pandora, Spotify, etc. So please check that out. And of course, let's see. Yeah, with my music that I have available now, I have that here on SoundCloud. So this is my new album, Cue Ball, Cue Ball, Evolve or Die. This is one of my newest albums that I made available through SoundCloud. So please check that out. And the main reason why I shifted away from being a musicals, celebrity superstar, rap superstar, and focus more on politics is because I want to be taken seriously for what I'm saying and what I'm doing in the community. Right now, there's a lot of celebrities that are voicing their opinion on this coronavirus nonsense or whatever. And of course, because of their relation in society, a lot of people aren't really, caring about them. But when I started to become more politically aware, my music started to reflect that. And again, I just consciously felt like my energy was best used for me to focus on a career in politics versus a career in music. So that's why I made that shift. And I guess I consider myself now more so to be a raptivist. And a lot of people don't know what that is. So let's see, the word raptivist here is a activist who uses rap as the medium to speak and motivate others. And it's a great opportunity for me as a musician to use the art of music to actually express my, political ideals to people. And that's what I was able to do with my album, this one here, Evolve or Die, which I did use as an opportunity to introduce my platform to the potential voters of California during the 2018 gubernatorial election. So this album right here pretty much encompasses a lot of kind of what's going on right now. It's a bit prophetic in a way. You can just look at the album itself, with the American flag, which is actually a not an American flag, because if you look closely, it has yellow fringes on that flag, but it's on fire, and I believe that's symbolic in many ways of how the country is right now. We're a nation ablaze and on fire with fear and anger and hatred, so how can we get back on the path towards liberty? And I used, again, this album as an opportunity to introduce my platform to the people out there. And that's what I'm going to pretty much break down for you guys, a couple of the songs on that album, as well as perform them for you a cappella. Music can be a bit distracting sometimes. If you want to hear the recorded versions, of course, the album is here on SoundCloud for you to hear. But I do have these wonderful conga drums, so I'll be banging on those, as I rap along. But anyways, let me go into my first discussion, which is police brutality, because as a Black man, that's one of the top issues that seems to be affecting the Black community. And I wanted to make sure that I spoke on that in many ways throughout my album. So there's multiple songs on there where I speak about the its effect on me as a person, its effect on the community in general. And of course, the statistics, we all know that. Let's see, there's over 1,000 police shootings a year, and over a quarter of them are actually Black people. Did you guys know that? Let's see, also about 15, and of course, because the Black population makes about 15% of the population. So that's a very big portion of a small group of people. And out of those cases where, again, over 1,000 cops have shot, people have shot civilians, the cops in these cases, only about a dozen of them have gotten found guilty. So it's an extreme injustice there with our criminal justice system and how it views people of color. And when it comes to the application of policing in our cities and our community, they're embraced as being, aggressive. And that needs to stop, especially if we as people want to be respected, no matter what our skin color may be. And I think that's what being an American is all about, is standing for the principle of liberty and freedom, and not having it be undermined by someone you've given that authority to respect and protect. So my own personal experience is involved because, the numbers are the numbers, but a lot of people don't understand it until it actually affects you personally. And I think that's when it kind of resonates and hits home, and people feel more inclined to actually do something or speak out on it, or, whatever the case may be. But I've had several instances where I've been abused and harassed by police. And when we use the term harassment and abuse and brutality, it doesn't all have to be physical. Somebody can abuse you mentally. Your rights have been abused. The public trust between you and this public official, which you've entrusted again to protect you, has now been abused. And it comes in many shapes and fashions. So me personally, I've been pulled over for riding my bicycle, and going through a red light on my bike. I've been pulled over driving. Sometimes I've given them a reason. Sometimes I didn't at all. I've been pulled over for walking down the street. And one of these situations has actually led to a lawsuit where I was able to sue the city of Fullerton and win an award against the city. So as an activist, that's where I guess it pays, is when you actually fight the system and you can win a civil suit against them for abusing your rights. So
yeah, you can even argue that some of the reasons they come up with to abuse the rights of individuals are also made up. That has been abused because some of those laws on the books, most of them, shouldn't even be there. So really, you're not even giving them a reason. They've given themselves reasons just to abuse individuals.
Exactly. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get to that. We're gonna talk about that. But yeah, so one of the songs that I did write on my album to kind of get this message across about how our policing has become more militarized and has this effect in our community. It's called On the Beat. It's here on my album, Evolve or Die, so please check it out. But I'm going to give you guys again, a cappella performance of that song. So check it out. So the song itself, I want to tell you guys a little bit about the song itself. It's pretty much like a protest song. My wife did the hook on the song, and she uses a megaphone, so it's pretty fun. But at the end of it, there is a recorded call of or a recorded conversation that I actually have from an arrest. So I drop little tidbits like this in my album so you guys can kind of get more scope of reality. I want to give you real stuff. But this is the song, and it leads up to that conversation. So this is how it goes. New World Cop, beat on the beat. Beat on the beat. Beat on the beat. Beat on the beat. Kind of made it like a chant, New World Cop, beat on the beat. Beat on the beat. Beat on the beat. Beat on the beat. That's the hook. Kind of repeats. I'm not going to do it over and over for you guys, but so check this out. New World Cop, beat on the beat. Find them riding down the street. Winter cold or summer heat. They don't ever miss a beat. Keeping shackles on your feet. Cold and hard like concrete. They're hated, don't need a sheet. Oath of honor obsolete. New world cop, be on the beat. Be on the beat. Be on the beat. Be on the beat. New world cop, be on the beat. Then I'll give you a little bit more flavor with that. You know what I'm saying? So the first verse is more so talking about, I guess, the situation from a cop's perspective. So this is the first verse. Beat a nigga cause I got nothing to do. Money coming in no matter what bad I do. Talk about my ego, he gonna learn not to. Speak out of turn when I spoken to. I be making up the laws, you would think he would know. That insult to me, it ain't the way to go. I be undercover walking in the neighborhood. Kicking up drama up to no damn good. Triple K made it this way cause they could. Keep the brothers underneath the brotherhood. Body cam, dash cam, don't give a damn. They can all record me going ham. This little piggy ain't trying to be clean. Happy as a hog if you know what I mean. Compare me all that you want to the mob. If crime didn't pay, then I wouldn't have a job. New world cop, be on the beat. Be on the beat. See what I'm saying? All right, so then I go into the hook again. And this is the second verse. And it's more so talking to you guys from the black person's perspective, or my perspective as a black man. It's a good day up until you run into a cop knowing that they shoot to kill. Don't want to make a sudden move or look a certain way that may lead to me to get killed today. It's a shame I got to live like that. And then they want to say it ain't that way because I'm black. Coincidentally, the suspect looked like me, so I deserve the 3rd degree for robbery. Never mind me getting caught up in a dragnet that could possibly lead to me up in a casket. A basket case was given a gun. But the question of the day is, why did you run? Why ain't the grass so green on the brown side of town that people don't question police being around? Tupac was right. That's just the way it is. Because niggas ain't doing nothing, but they want to have kids. And that's on the beat. All right?
That's fantastic. And yes, very eye-opening. I very much appreciate your raptivism.
Thank you very much. And for any of you out there that appreciate it as well, if you'd like to hear the recorded version, which hopefully sounds better than what I did just now, it's again on my SoundCloud, so please be sure to check that out. So thank you very much. I hope you guys enjoyed that. One of the next things that I talked about on my album, excuse me, and provided information into, that's another controversial topic, is genetically modified foods. And we've heard of them. We've all heard of them, hopefully in some way, shape, or form. If you haven't heard of them, please definitely look it up. But genetically modified foods are when they use splicing, of course, to I guess genetically alter a seed, or it could even be animals. So this genetic modifications is happening, and they're making a business out of it. Companies have made it very profitable for them. Let's see. I did bring up farmaid.org. It is an organization that's, I guess, co-founded by people like Willie Nelson and what's his name? This guy right here, John Mellencamp, etc. But yeah, if you come to this website, the reason why I like it so much is because it actually talks about the concerns of or the issues with genetically modified foods from a farmer's perspective. They speak with actual farmers and find out what's really at the core of the problem for them. So no matter what your issue may be, the farmers, the people that provide the food on our tables, their issue is that these things right here, it's a concentration of corporate power. They own all of the seeds. Pretty much four companies here: Monsanto, DuPont, Syngenta, and Dow. Monsanto is now the company Bayer, but these four companies own patents on seeds. So if a company can own patent on a fruit or a vegetable, now how can you grow that in your backyard if these companies own patents of the seeds? That means any product that you're receiving are from them. And they're not naturally made, or they're not natural, they're not the products that grew out of the ground when it first started. They've been manipulated in some way. The contamination and economic loss that it has on our environment kills insects, birds, bees, because the pollination, when bees go to pollinate, they're being poisoned by this genetically modified, food. And we need bees to pollinate our food. If we don't have bees in our ecosystem, then we lose pretty much the majority of our crops. So it also creates super weeds and super pests. That was the main reason why they started to genetically modify these seeds, was because of I guess them using Roundup, because Monsanto creates the Roundup. So in order for them to protect the crops from the bugs, you have to use the Monsanto Roundup product. So it's genetically modifying these insects to where now they're becoming, pretty much more evolved because of it, and living longer. And
now, I have a question. Sorry, I have a question. So I'm gardening, and a lot of people right now are gardening and I was already gardening. I live in rural Northeast Texas, so it's just something I've grown up with. But a lot of people are starting to do that, and this is some really great information. One thing I would ask is, if people are buying these seeds, from Lowe's, Home Depot, Walmart, etc., online, they're most likely going to be the genetically modified, correct?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So can people plant and then harvest their own seeds, and eventually down in generations it becomes not so? Or is that a permanent thing, and now we're just kind of screwed up with the food chain?
You can do that from home. And I guess I'm not an expert on it at all, because I'm just now also getting into gardening. My wife more than I. But you're absolutely right. There is kind of a way, I guess, to water down the gene later on down the line, that next generational. But as far as what you're talking about, believe it or not, it's illegal, because farmers have done it and have been sued because of it. They actually have to sign a contract to where if they want to plant, they have to use these genetically modified seeds and promise not to cultivate the seeds afterwards.
There you have just now created a perfect timing where all these people are gardening, a way to rebel against the system and encourage people, and maybe go out and teach people how to recultivate those seeds and just start that cycle, because the government's not going to be able to prosecute individuals. And then once they're not able to prosecute individuals, especially in the masses, they're not going to be able to prosecute small farmers and then larger farmers and so on and so forth. So, I mean, right there, you've inspired some sense of rebellion. That definitely did for me. So I'm excited about that.
Yeah, check it. I mean, believe it or not, it's called guerrilla gardening. And it is a protest term to where you are using, I guess, government land. It's really your land, it's public land, to start gardening. There's a very famous guerrilla gardener. His name is Ron Finley. You can check him out. But I suggest you guys check them out, you know what I'm saying, to hopefully inspire you to start gardening at home like you are, Kate. But anyways, I'm not going to talk anymore about that, because like I said, I got to kind of move things along if I want to keep on track with what I want to get out to you guys. But one of the songs that I did put on my album to bring more awareness about genetically modified foods, products, etc., is this song called No Monsanto, which is again on my album, SoundCloud, right here, Evolve or Die. Check it out. So anyways, I'm going to perform that song, Evolve or Die, No Monsanto, okay? So it's another chant rhythm type of a chorus. So it goes like this. No, no, no Monsanto. No, no, no Monsanto. No, no, no Monsanto. Monsanto. And when you listen to this song, also real quick fact is the hook that you hear in this song is actually a recording of me doing a protest in Laguna Beach against genetically modified foods. I say there were easily maybe 500 people there, but I got them all to chant "No Monsanto," and I'll put that in the song. So that's what you hear, okay? But yeah, anyways, so this is the first verse. Genetically modified, that don't even sound right. But people ain't terrified. They don't even want to fight. Gobbling up the franken food. Wake up with a bad mood. Wonder why the attitude. Bitten off more than you chew. Fast food made in the lab. Spongy like a yoga mat. Not tasting half bad, but the kid is so sad. Depressed by Happy Meal, cause it isn't even real. Pink slime, what the deal? Murderous like Kill Bill. No, no, no Monsanto. No, no, no Monsanto. No, no, no Monsanto. No, no Monsanto. Okay. Second verse. Organically certified? That don't even sound right. People need to ask why food need to be certified. Because if it was real, you wouldn't even need a seal. Telling you that it was real, they slipping like a banana peel. Monsanto Protection Act? What you know about that? We really under attack. And they ain't from Iraq. Who's really the terrorist? CEO nefarious. Clowny the therapist, your joking ain't hilarious. No, no, no Monsanto. No, no, no Monsanto. No, no, no Monsanto. You are what you eat. Never forget that. Third verse. It's time to organize. Now you know that sound right. Revolution is bona fide. You can no longer run and hide. Roundup, Agent Orange, what they really trying to forge? Crop controlling, causing shortage. Everybody left to forge. This ain't the Hunger Games. That's why I'm naming names. It's insane. No one want to avoid the flames. Like a moth, man, the prophecy is coming true. In the days, it be up to me and you. No, no, no Monsanto, right? No, no, no Monsanto. I see you, Kate, there. No, no, no Monsanto. So that's no Monsanto. No Monsanto. All right. So like I said, you are what you eat. If you want to put these, foods that have been altered in your body, it's going to alter you and your genetic makeup in some way, shape, or form. So if we want to be the natural beings that we're meant to be, we have to put natural products into our body, right? Especially
absolutely, not just into our body, but onto our body. I am a big advocate for natural makeup, and knowing what goes on your skin, whether it's skincare or makeup. I do a lot of research on that. And there's a brand that I enjoy. I'm not going to name drop them now, but I absolutely love them. Done a lot of research with them, and so that's what I kind of stick with. But yeah,
I'm glad that you brought that up because a lot of people don't know that makeup products are genetically modified. There's clothing that's been genetically modified. There's been female personal products that are genetically modified. So please look into all of this information because genetically modified products is very broad. If you look into it, believe it or not, they have a patent on genetically modified people. All right. So at some point, they plan on rolling all of this out. They have genetically modified vaccines, which they're talking about right now. So please do your research, people. Find out what you're what you're putting into your body. So moving along, one of the other things that I do talk about on my album, actually throughout it, is sovereignty, personal sovereignty. And if you haven't heard this word before, allow me to hopefully educate you, if I may, in some way, shape, or form. So the word sovereignty right here, by definition, I'm going to just read it to y'all, okay? Check this out. Sovereignty is the full right and power. Can you bring this up for me, Kate? Sovereignty is the full right and power of a governing body over itself, without any interference from outside sources or bodies. In political theory, sovereignty is a substantive term designating supreme legitimate authority over some polity. All right, so I wanted to highlight this word so you guys can see. Can you bring up the screen for me, Kate?
Let me ask behind the scenes, because they're the ones running the show behind the scenes.
All right.
Let me get a hold of them.
So yeah, when we talk about sovereignty, in this line here, it's the full right and power of a governing body. Who is that governing body? Are you the governing body? Is there a official governing body over you? Are we talking about the body itself? Because it says over itself. And when we look at the dictionary and it says sovereignty, it says supreme power of authority or a self-governing state of mind, state of being, or the state that we think of as it being a official governing body group, an authority. So if we talk about America being a sovereign country, then we the people are sovereign beings, right? If we're people living in a sovereign country and no one rules over America, then if we the people in America, we are sovereign beings, okay? That means nobody has a ruling authority over you other than the creator. And this is recognized in all of our documents that created this country, historical documents. So there's the term sovereign citizen that's used to kind of demonize people that think that, again, they are sovereign individuals and not have to respect any other governing body that comes along. As long as you're treating others how you want to be treated, not harming others, respecting the golden rule of life, then of course we all should be expressing our sovereignty. And naturally we do. And when someone comes along and tells you that you can't, that's when you need to question that ruling authority. Why won't they respect your sovereignty? And if you live in a monarchy, then you're a citizen, you're a subject of the state. And that term has been integrated into our society here in America. It's a lot of information, trust me, it gets very deep. But if our elected officials are taking a constitutional oath, then they need to be upholding that legal agreement, that legal document that respects us as sovereign individuals, which is spoken about again in the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, etc. So, and when speaking of the Constitution, it being the law of the land, our elected officials, our police officers, they swear to uphold the United States Constitution. So if they are violating that oath and acting outside of the color of law, then now we don't have to respect their authority. And it's up to us as individuals to be educated on this. We're not told this, nor are we told to rebel against that ruling authority to say it's not supposed to be. So I've learned a lot of this information after listening to Ron Paul again and many other speakers, learning about libertarianism, and it kind of just leads you down this rabbit hole. And it's unfortunate that you have a lot of people in the liberty movement that kind of stop halfway. And I do respect those people that are speaking out as candidates that are, seeking office, public office, and are speaking against this publicly. I'm one of those individuals. I've done it throughout my numerous political campaigns and will continue to in the future. So I wrote a song about talking about this personal sovereignty. And on my album right here again on Evolve or Die, I have the song. It's called Never Give Up, Never Surrender. And at the beginning of the song, I actually have this video, this recording. It is not on my YouTube channel. It's actually on my man Genesis channel right here. So, but This recording is at the beginning of that song, which is an actual court case, okay, where I argued in court against the judge the court's jurisdiction over me as an individual, and I presented myself in court, no public defender, etc., no private attorney, and I argued this against a court, a judge in court, and actually got him to leave the courtroom. And this is my first time ever doing this in court, and I got him to leave the courtroom and escape his position, which is basically a forfeiture of his authority over the courtroom. It's, again, a lot of legal information. If you talk to any of your friends that know about law, they might talk to you about this information. They may skate away from it, because just like any other job, law is about making money. This does not help them make money. You knowing about your rights, going in there and fighting the system and challenging their authority is definitely not something that makes money. So please check out this video if you want to hear it. I'm not going to play it. It's called Win for Governor Wildstar. You can search it on YouTube if you want to check it out. I want to see these numbers go up from 513. Those are rookie numbers. We need that. We need like 4, 5, 6 more zeros right there. Okay. So
yeah, guys, like go over there in our little 10-minute break here in a few minutes and go view it. Go view it, because if he plays it here, you guys won't be able to hear it through the audio. So yes, take the break and go watch the video.
Yeah,
Come right back.
Only 2 minutes, right? So check it out and thumbs up that shit. Anyways, I'm gonna perform the song for you, Never Give Up, Never Surrender, again here on my album Evolve or Die. So check it out. First verse goes like this. I know I'll be looking crazy when I'm fighting for my freedom, but I'll never ever join them, so I'd rather go and beat them at their own game, even though I'm knowing they be cheating. If the odds against me, then will really be the reason. He can come along and all because he got a badge. I get manhandled just because I'm looking like I match a description solely on the fact that I'm black. Better slow your roll, homie. You don't know me like that. Never give up. Never surrender. 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 It's another chance song. If you've seen the movie Galaxy Quest, kind of jack that from there with Tim Allen. It's a wonderful movie in many ways, but yeah, anyways, powerful message in just those simple words. Never give up, never surrender, never give up, never surrender, never give up, never surrender, never give up, never surrender. Second verse. People always say what they'd have done during slavery. Murray, that's a lie. They can't relate with their identity, especially when there hasn't been a moment of recovery. Pardon me, I forgot. I'm supposed to let it be. If I don't, I'm just pulling the black card. Because in reality, life is just that hard. No matter nationality, race, or gender, your life is in the hands of your public defender. With the sneaky DA and the judge, they corroborating, formulate an outcome that'll leave you devastated. Wish you could afford to get your own representation. Then you actually could have a shot at getting liberation. But I watch Law and Order and I read books. Black's Law Dictionary got them all shook. This Lauren thing really ain't as hard as it looks. So I tell them in the mods what I tell them in the hook. Say never give up, never surrender, never give up, never surrender, never give up, never surrender, never give up, never surrender. Third verse. It's ironic kids are told it's not okay for them to bully, but say it's okay for cops to go out in the world and bully. Billy clubbing, big brother, mother let him get his way, but the daddy's back and I'ma spank that ass every day. Governor don't take nothing from nobody. Unless you giving campaign ends, then I'm sorry. You on a chopping block without a doubt and no delay. Now everyone grab a torch and pitchfork and let's say, never give up, never surrender, never give up. Never surrender, never give up. Never surrender, never give up. Never surrender. I know y'all feeling that torch and pitchfork part right now more than anything. But yeah, don't ever give up. Don't ever surrender your rights, your freedoms, your liberties, your principles. you know, your morals, your ethics, your being, your person. You know, it should never be compromised for any reason at all. We shouldn't be allowing people to come along and control the conversation to think that that's acceptable. This is not a democracy. This is a republic. We are a nation of rules that apply to the ruling class and the legal system, not we the people. They're the ones that swear to uphold the United States Constitution, not us. Okay, our constitutional rights are outlined in those documents to let them know those are the ones in specific that they are to protect and respect. But we have tons of other rights that isn't on paper. You got the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. It's supposed to be their constraints, not ours. And for some reason, it has been flipped to think that we are under rule over a piece of paper when in fact it's the other way around.
Right. Well, the reason why that's happened is because of our legal system. You know, like I was saying, our attorneys and judicial officials, they recognize a practice of law, you know, that's completely different than we know. This is a dictionary, okay? It's called Black's Law Dictionary. People think when I say Black's Law that I'm talking about Black people's law. No, this is an actual book. And this is the verbiage that's used in your court system. The words used in this book are called legalese, and they're completely different than the words that we use in our normal language, I guess.
Yeah, layman's, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Common language. So you look in there and there's certain things that they speak of in there that, again, when it comes to our legal system, they recognize. For instance, one of them is called a legal person. You as a person, you're a flesh and blood human being, right? You think that you're born into life and, you know, you're here to, you know, contribute as a member to society. Well, the government has found a way to make you property. And there's certain application of this law called commercial law through certain identifications, such as your birth certificate, your social security number, etc., that makes you property of the state. Again, this is information that is way too deep. It's like a rabbit hole. But trust me, once you find out about it, you're going to start questioning everything, which you should be doing in the first place. But about this legal person thing, I want to bring this up because it tells you here in Wikipedia, in law, a legal person is any person or thing, less ambiguously, any legal entity that can do the things any everyday person can usually do in law, such as enter into contracts, sue and be sued, own property, and so on. The reason for the term legal person is that some legal persons are not people. Companies and other corporations, Citizens United makes corporations people, okay? Because it recognizes them as legal persons. So a legal person, legally speaking, they can legally do most of the things any ordinary person can do. But they are not people. They are not human being people. That is called a natural person. There's a distinction there. And when you're summoned by a court to pay a fine or pay a lien or pay your taxes, there's speaking about this legal person, which is pretty much just a person on paper that they're saying owes this stuff. That's not you. That's not the flesh and blood you. But we have married the two here in this country and allowed it to happen in our court system to where we as a society, we now respond to it when it's not true. We should be fighting against that in every level.
Yes, absolutely agree. Like we're going to have to wrap up here soon, but yeah. I absolutely agree with you. I mean, it's so common and it's so ingrained in our society that even when couples fall in love and rush off to get married, they go ask permission and then put themselves on record basically granting government permission to be in their marriage. And of course, I speak about that next or tomorrow on all of that. But yeah, I mean, we're so ingrained that we're starstruck and in love. But the very first thing that we do is run to the county clerk and ask government permission.
Exactly.
That's just an example of how ridiculous, like you said, we have become as a society and allowing government to just control us and control our lives.
Yeah, it's awful, and we shouldn't be looking at ourselves as property to where we need to be asking anyone for permission to do anything. You know, you have a mother and father that gave you life, you know, and now you're out there and you're a responsible individual, able to think for yourself. So where do they assume that role? And it's not supposed to be according to the Constitution. But anyways, moving along, since we are short on time, I do have a song where I'll talk about this on my album called Be Me. And on that album, I have another court recording, this time a video where I actually speak to the judge in the courtroom and etc. But this is on a recording called Be Me on my album. So if you want to hear the recorded version, please check that out on SoundCloud. But here's the song itself. I'm going to be performing for you. All right. Can you bring me up on the big screen? Is that possible?
Yeah, there we go. I think they might be coming up. They're working out some kinks that's about to happen between this speaker and the next, you and the next speaker. So they're trying to. They're there, I promise.
The song is called Be Me. Check it out. And the hook goes like this. I don't have to be that. All I have to be is be me. I don't have to be that. All I have to be is be me. I don't have to be that. All I have to be is be me. I don't have to be that. All I have to be is be me. Be me. First verse. You seeing everybody walking on the same path. Nobody crack a smile. Don't nobody dare laugh. Ain't funny when the rat race got you off track. Turned your life around from the front to the back. Would you like you try to scrape up any way that you can? Knowing that deep down this can be the plan. Stand up on your 2 feet and grow yourself a backbone. Gonna be your own instead of being the clone. Don't let status quo be all that you know. You gotta grow, you gotta go anywhere that you can go. And where I'm going, no man ever seen it before. Exploring from the outer level, getting deep in the core. No more hanging out in the shadows, trying to battle the demons in control of the minds of the cattle. Saddled up, ready to enjoy the ride with no ID, so I be like, I don't have to be that. All I have to be is be me. I don't have to be that. All I have to be is be me. Second verse. The straw man ain't who I am, nope. Fruit Loop named Toucan Sam, nope. Hypnotized by Uncle Sam, nope. Candidate Manchurian, nope. Tell another brother he don't want to hear it. Boogeyman propped up and they want to fear it. Another subject to be under the thumb. Then wonder how come you be looking so dumb. Don't blame the crown royal, blame the royal crown. For all the bad biz in your life that goes down. Can't go hollering, you're sovereign while you're getting clobbered and you're marveling. The rule of the haves over the have-nots. I'm taking all my shots neat with no rocks. Nudging on you to get over the roadblocks. Freight full steam ahead with no stops. I don't have to be that. All I have to be is be me. I don't have to be that. All I have to be is be me. Be me. And that's my song, Be Me. Again, on my album, Evolve or Die. So if you want to hear the recorded version of that, please check that out. But since I am short on time, I'm going to just wrap it up with the last song that I wanted to perform, which is the title album of the song, which is Evolve or Die. It's pretty much self-explanatory, especially now more than ever. I feel like we as a people, we need to get to the point where we need evolve as a society and let all of the tethers that have held us down, we got to cut them. We got to let it go. And we got to realize love is the key. Love is the answer. We got to put all of the haters aside. Your enemy's enemy is your friend, as the saying goes. And in order to overcome those people that have oppressed us all, we have to unite as one. So on this song, Evolve or Die, I pretty much talk about you as the individual, your goal to manifest destiny, that motto here in America, and those people that fight or flight when it comes to you being threatened with a situation. Especially right now, you have people running for the hills. They're scared as ever. And those of us that are brave enough to stand up and fight, we again need to unite and come together as one in order to defeat our real enemy. So this is the song Evolve or Die. 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 You get it? First verse. It's about that time to start the climb, but missed the sign, feeling like you done lost your mind. You double back, cover your track to think that you've forgotten how to react. It's been a while. Learn how to smile. Switch up your style. Break away from rank and file. What can you do? Just be anew. Look forward to not having to grow what you grew. EVOLVE or DIE. EVOLVE or DIE. Y'all welcome to say it with me too if y'all out there. EVOLVE or DIE. All right, second verse. Here we go. Lost in the space. You can't replace. No need to chase enemies without a face. It costs a grip. Don't give a shit. It costs a grip. Living your life like a pimp. The emptiness, unfriendliness. You reminisce on your pretentiousness. What can you do? Just be anew. Look forward to not having to grow what you grew. EVOLVE or DIE. Then I hit you with the hook again. Listen to the song. Third verse. It be now or never. Hold it together. Weather the weather, lift up just like a feather. Be rainbow bright, that crystal light. A neophyte, learn how to live out of sight. Evolve or die. No need to cry or ask why when your whole life was a lie. What can you do? Just be anew. Look forward to not having to grow what you grew. EVOLVE or DIE. All right, I hear you back there. All right, so like I said, that song is called Evolve or Die on my album, Evolve or Die by the same name, available on SoundCloud. So please check it out, because the worst thing we could do as a nation is die spiritually. You know, the American spirit is one of resilience, one of vigilance, you know, one that appreciates freedom. So we got to embrace that American spirit right now more than ever, and evolve with it, you know?
Well, thank you so much, Nicholas. I really appreciate it. Everybody, you guys need to check out his website, Governor Wildstar. All right, guys, we have more coming your way. Thank you so much, Nicholas. Appreciate you. Absolutely loved all of your musical stylings, and I will be looking up your album and all of your videos as well. So, all right, guys, find the full schedule at titfest.org. And up next, we have GI Mary Jane. So we're going to take a quick break and be right back. Stay tuned. Bye.